Barcelona travel to the San Siro tomorrow for the second leg of their UEFA Champions League semi-final against Inter Milan, with the tie finally balanced after a thrilling 3-3 draw in the first leg. Now, with a place in the Munich final at stake, Inter will look to exploit the energy of their home crowd, while Barcelona seek a first away win over the Nerazzurri since 2010. Barca boss Hansi Flick eyeing a return to his home country for the final, as urges players to enjoy the game and not let the pressure dictate their performance.
They're a strong team, very experienced team, but also they love to play football. How the automatism they have, it's really tough to defend. And for us, tomorrow will be, everyone has to be included in the defense, and this is the most important thing. What we have to do. We played well. We won 2 titles at the moment in this season, and so every player when they're playing this kind of matches, they improve. And for me, it's the best way to improve. And of course, how I said before, the match for the players must not be a pressure, because we are in a semi-final in the Champions League, and we have to enjoy it. We have to enjoy it, and we have to also enjoy to play with each other. So we to show everyone how good we are, and this is, I think that the players want that. They love it to compete with the opponent also on this level, and they never give up, and it's really good situation.
And that's all for Channel One Sports. I am Benjamin Nketiah. Over to you, Frema.
Very well. We always love it when you come in bearing good news. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much.
Right, and this is how we wrap up. This has been the Channel One newsroom. But before we take leave of you, here is a look again at our top stories. President John Mahama issues 72-hour ultimatum to appointees to declare assets or be fired. Thousands of New Patriotic Party NPP supporters march against Chief Justice's suspension. Greater Accra Regional Minister accuses Metropolitan, Municipal and District Chief Executive MMDCE aspirants of influencing Assembly members to reject nominees. Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST chapter of the Tertiary Education Workers Union of Ghana, TEWGH, suspends strike after successful engagement with Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, GTEC. Do visit our website, channel1news.com, for information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to Channel One TV on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Channel One TV. I'm Frema Edunyame. Thanks for your time.
My guest today is Little Chef Kat. She's a very special young lady. She's an ace chef, an ace cook. She knows her way around the kitchen, and I've learned today that she's a perfectionist. And I'm telling you, when she opens her first restaurant, there's no way your food will be contaminated in her kitchen. Okay, are we going to fry it in the end, or
yeah,
we'll fry it? Okay.
I feel like you can grill it, but me, I'll fry it.
You'll fry it. Okay. Chef, how old were you when you started cooking?
Age 3.
Age 3. How did we get here? Because she said she started cooking at 3. How did you make that happen? I think that's every mother's dream.
Yeah. So around age 3, she started mixing. Like sometimes half bag of rice, she just pour water in when you are not around. And so I gave her the chance to also try some.
What's cooking?
You didn't wash the dishes, you washed them.
Oh, my dear. You know what? I'll wash the dishes after everyone is eating.
Yes.
After eating.
Yes, after eating. Okay?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom and Kivo Pepper. Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesdays,
yeah.
you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste. I
As
would
manager, as director of
operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Welcome. It's a brand new day and it's another exciting edition of Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. I am Nanatufo Boateng. Now, I believe you must have followed the protest yesterday, the Save Our Judiciary demonstration, which was led by the New Patriotic Party, together with some allied parties. We understand it's a coalition of political parties. And something quite interesting happened, okay? So, when they got to the Jubilee House and they were to present the petition to, of course, the presidency, which was received by the Deputy Chief of Staff, Stan Dogbe, the minority leader who led the NPP side to present the petition spoke about something quite significant. Now, if you put your mind to it, you realize that there are many legs to this thing that the minority leader said. More like suggesting retaliatory politics. That you do me, I do you type of politics. But instantly, we heard Stan Dogbe reply and sought to suggest that, well, you started it. That is not even my focus this morning. My focus is how such politics impacts our development as a people. And I think about it, and I come to the realization that the bane of our development as a people is the fact that we do not have policies that transcend political parties. And so an administration comes in with their own policies, of course, which is fine because, you came in campaigning on a manifesto, right? And so you come in with your own policy initiatives. But based on these policy initiatives, projects are started, okay? Developmental projects, infrastructure projects are started. Programs are started to better the lot of Ghanaians. However, when there's a change of administration, most often than not, these programs, these projects, these initiatives are halted because in someone's thinking, I do not want to complete it, so the credit goes to the other person, right? I'll give you a typical example. And you may have seen this in your community. Go to any cluster of schools that you want. You see a project, say a 4-unit classroom block, started all the way up to the lintel level, then stopped on one end of the campus. Then you see a similar structure starting up on another end of the campus. Now go ask why. You will be told that this was started by the previous administration. They were unable to complete and they left. But when this new administration came, they decided that if we complete it, the previous administration gets the credit. So let's start our own. Now, this is a drain on the public purse. This is a drain on our already scarce resources. So I sit down and I think through it, and I think that the politicians are the problem. But in manifesting the problem, the biggest bane of our development is the fact that we don't have policies that transcend these political parties or political administrations. So perhaps the NDPC, the National Development Planning Commission, is where we should fall on, and of course get the political parties to commit to our various development plans. Then perhaps we can grow and develop this nation and be able to compete. But anyway, I am Nana Tufo Boateng. Breakfast is served here on Channel 1 Television. Let's get into the papers. Let's see what the papers are saying this morning. I'll start off with the Daily Graphic newspaper. The front page has the president here, pictured here, holding what he calls the code of conduct for his appointees. And so, story says, failure to meet assets declaration deadline. Government appointees lose 3 months' salaries. Non-compliance by May 7 results in dismissal. The president was quite emphatic yesterday. You know that he had initially given a deadline for his appointees to declare their assets because he had done same and was expecting his appointees to do same. We're being told that not all of them, some have failed to comply with this directive. Subsequently, the president has directed that the non-compliant ones forfeit 3 months of their salaries. And if they fail to complete the assets declaration process by May 7, well, he will be left with no choice than to dismiss them. We've heard some anti-graft campaigners or anti-corruption campaigners. We've had some governance analysts also react to this matter. Some saying that, well, the president should be decisive in his action regarding this. Some calling for outright dismissal. Some are also calling for naming and shaming, that indeed those who had failed be named so that the public will know those who are non-compliant amongst this current administration. But we are waiting to see how this pans out over the coming days. May 7 is just around the corner. That should be tomorrow. We'll see what happens thereafter. If indeed some appointees still fail to meet the directive by the president, then we will know if indeed he's going to carry out his threat to dismiss these appointees. Alrighty. Let's look at other stories on the front page. The other big one, of course, will come from that demonstration yesterday, Save the Judiciary demonstration, led by the opposition New Patriotic Party and some allied political parties. Protesters want CJ's suspension reversed. Protesters want CJ's suspension reversed. Now, Ghana throws away 762.32 billion Ghana cedis in food annually, waste higher than global average. Pay attention to this. Ghana throws away 762.32 billion Ghana cedis in food annually, waste higher than global average. So every year, this beautiful country, Mother Ghana, while we're complaining so much about food insecurity and all, we are wasting 762.32 billion Ghana cedis worth of food annually. And we understand this is higher than the global average. We'll have to see. Perhaps the Feed Ghana program and other initiatives being introduced by the government will help address some of these challenges. All right. Now, when you go to the back page, again, food featuring here, but this time within the senior high school program. And it says, government dissatisfied with food supplies by second cycle school heads. We know that the NDC, as part of its manifesto promise, assured heads of schools and bursars that they would now have the authority to purchase their own food for their students. This has been rolled out to an extent, and the Minister for Education, the Honorable Haruna Iddrisu, has had cause to complain regarding the quality of food being purchased for the senior high schools. He has threatened to take this authority away from them. Yesterday we had some sort of a discussion around it. All right. ECG sets up mobile substation at Chado to improve power supply. That's also on the back page of the Daily Graphic newspaper. I'll take you to the Ghanaian Times, front page of the Ghanaian Times. Assets declaration, president to dismiss non-compliant appointees, launches code of conduct. Asset declaration, president to dismiss non-compliant appointees, launches code of conduct. Then there's the coalition of political parties demo, demands reversal of CJ's suspension. Coalition of political parties demo demands CJ's suspension. And then, of course, there's an appeal for a donation here. This is the Times Needy Fund, and we understand that an individual, a young lady, she's actually a journalist, and she's in need of support to undergo a brain tumor surgery. So if you're in a position to help, you can get the details on the front page of the Ghanaian Times. All right. On the back page, however, it says, make hand hygiene daily lifestyle. This is the Health Minister, Kwabena Minta Akando, speaking. He says, make hand hygiene daily lifestyle. And then you have the 84-unit residential complex for GIS inaugurated. 84-unit residential complex for GIS inaugurated. That's the Ghana Immigration Service. All right. Let's take a look at what the Chronicle is saying this morning. Osahin yells, judiciary is being intimidated as coalition of political parties bare teeth at Mahama. Quite a peaceful protest yesterday, minus some skirmishes which were recorded. Protesters gathered opposite the Supreme Court where the first petition was presented to the Judicial Service. And then they proceeded to the legislature, that's the Parliament House, where a second petition was presented. And then the final one at the Jubilee House, the seat of the presidency of the Republic of Ghana. And then a third petition was presented, which petition was received by the Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of operations, Stanislav Dogbe. Chronicle is reporting that Osahene, in reference to the minority leader, Alexander Penyumakin, yells, judiciary is being intimidated as coalition of political parties bare teeth at Mahama. Chokboli lands, 7 suspected land guards granted bail. Chokboli lands, 7 suspected land guards granted bail. And then our scripture for the day is taken from the book of Psalms, the chapter 141, the verse number 6. When their judges are thrown over the cliff, then they shall hear my words, for they are pleasant. Psalm 141, the chapter or the verse number 6 says, when their judges are thrown over the cliff, then they shall hear my words, for they are pleasant. That's the Chronicle newspaper. A number of sports stories on the back page as well. Let's take you to the Daily Guide newspaper. Heavy, of course, on that Save Our Judiciary demonstration. And story says opposition parties hit streets over CJ's removal. Opposition parties hit streets over CJ's removal. Comes with a picture of the minority leader, Alexander Penyumakin, presenting the petition to Stan Dogbe at the Jubilee House yesterday. Declare assets tomorrow or dismissal. Mahama to appointees. No mention words there. Declare assets tomorrow. By close of day, May 7, all appointees by the president should have declared their assets or face dismissal. And that's the president speaking. Cop interdicted for possessing tramadol. Quite a disturbing video of an individual who says he is a policeman in Tamale, stationed at Sakasaka. A video came out yesterday, went viral. He was in possession of some, if you like, banned drugs or prohibited drugs. He admitted to owning same in that video, and also admitting to being a police officer stationed at Sakasaka. Now, if those charged, with ensuring compliance with the law are the ones breaking the law, then we are heading for doom. So I feel this particular policeman should be dealt with, and dealt with heavily according to the dictates of the law, of course, to serve as a deterrent to others. And then there's a big one coming in from the Garden City, the Ashanti regional capital, because the overlord of the Ashanti kingdom, the Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, the Asantehene, turns 75 today. So you'd expect a big celebration in Kumasi today. All right, let's look at the New Republic. The New Republic says chaos at Pro-Tokonu rally as Afenyo Markin slaps policeman. Like I mentioned, there were some altercations there. Not necessarily an altercation. Some, well, how do I even put it? Some skirmishes, right? And this had to do with a video that surfaced that allegedly or seemingly shows the minority leader throwing his hand at a police officer. We've had a number of explanations put to this. The communications director of the NPP and, of course, the English Botiano Amanfro constituency chairman of the NPP all say they were there when the incident happened, and it was retaliatory because a uniformed policeman had hit the chest of the minority leader, and so that was his reflex that we had seen in that video. We did not see the policeman throw his hand at the minority leader in that video. However, we saw his action, which we are being told by the communications director of the NPP, Richard Ahinyagba, and the English, Botiano English Amanfro constituency chairman of the NPP, Mr. Ampofo, that this was the reflex action of the minority leader. We know that the Ghana Police Service has written to the, the minority leader to assist in investigations following its own review of that video. They have subsequently written to the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, to assist by releasing the minority leader to help the police in investigating that video. The minority leader himself has condemned the act, describing it as an attack on him. Okay, and he has also said that he's subsequently going to petition the Inspector General of Police to commission a formal investigation into the matter. So yes, early days yet, but hopefully we get to the bottom of it so we can understand properly how a member of parliament, not just any member of parliament, but the leader of the minority caucus in the House appears in a video allegedly to be hitting a uniformed police officer. So yes, we'll follow up on that particular story for you. Now, James Bond's Asokore Mampo mansion pops up. I don't know why this paper continues to label this particular man as James Bond, but it's quite interesting. Perhaps it's a nickname he has or they are giving him. But when you get to the paper, you would get to know who the paper is referring to as James Bond, as the New Republic newspaper. And then Mahama unveils code of conduct, banned political appointees from accepting gifts and buying state assets. So, I mean, quite an interesting one. We'll get a copy of the code of conduct and we'll peruse same so we can understand exactly how political appointees under the Mahama administration are expected to conduct themselves by the dictates of this particular code of conduct. But good move by the president in directing his appointees to operate, of course, within the remit of this particular code of conduct, but in reverence to the 1992 Constitution. All right, the Economy Times is here. Fitch, World Bank, revised Ghana's growth forecast. Fitch, World Bank revised Ghana's growth forecast. And then you have Atlantic Lithium and GOG, that's the government of Ghana, in renegotiation of mining lease terms. Atlantic Lithium and the GOG in renegotiation of mining lease terms. Government has no intention to extend IMF program. Commits to private sector growth. Government has no intention to extend IMF program, commits to private sector growth. That's it for the Economy Times. Let me take you online. Okay, well, we're starting from this morning. Let's take a look at channel1news.com. Channel1news.com. Okay, they're leading with the story from the minority leader, as I mentioned earlier, and it says, Afenyo Markin condemns police assault during Save the Judiciary demo. Afenyo Markin condemns police assault during Save the Judiciary demonstration. Right, that's what I mentioned earlier, that he has put some explanation to what happened, alleging that he was being attacked by this police officer in question. Okay. Removal of Charlotte Osei was wrong. This is John Darko. He's member of parliament for, I think, Menchia South, and he is the legal counsel for the minority in parliament. He sat with Bernard Avle on the Point of View show here on Channel 1 TV last night, and he says the removal of Charlotte Osei was wrong as the former chair of the Electoral Commission. Dr. Yakubu Seidu Adam appointed Kolebu Teaching Hospital CEO. Dr. Yakubu Seidu Adam appointed Kolebu Teaching Hospital CEO. Assault video. Afenyo Markin only defended himself. NPP Ofori-Ampofo. Like I mentioned earlier, Ofori-Ampofo is the MPP constituency chairman for the Botiano English Yamanfro constituency. And he was on the Channel 1 newsroom last night with Fremed Dunyame. And speaking to this particular video, he also alluded to the fact that it was self-defense. The minority leader was only defending himself. Again, on the assault video, police seek Afenyo Markin's release for investigations. Like I mentioned earlier, the police have written to the minority leader and the Speaker of Parliament to have him, the minority leader Alexander Afenyo Markin, assist in investigations into that particular video. Fair probe should clear Chief Justice. Again, John Darko speaking. He's legal counsel for the minority. Fair probe should clear Chief Justice. John Darko speaking. Suspension of Chief Justice has awakened NPP's base. That's the Botiano MPP chair, Mr. Ofori-Ampofo. A question was put to him regarding the numbers that turned out for the protest yesterday, and of course whether or not the defeat of the party during the 2024 elections had affected the party's base. But he says the suspension of the Chief Justice is what has resulted in the numbers that they were able to pull yesterday for that protest, because he believes that the processes, or what they call intimidation of the judiciary, has awakened the base of the New Patriotic Party, NPP. All right. Ban on state asset deals is the litmus test for government integrity. Deputy government spokesperson Shamima Muslim speaking there, she also spoke with Frema Dunyame on the Channel 1 newsroom last night. Galamseyers are environmental terrorists, government declares. Now, the minister in charge of government communications, Felix Kwachio Fosu, was speaking at a World Press Freedom Day event organized by the German Embassy and the UK High Commission here in Accra yesterday. And he made this declaration that Galamseyers are environmental terrorists. Okay. Asset declaration defaulters should have faced outright dismissals. That's governance analyst Professor Bafwa Jemendua speaking there. And then this one also says, asset declaration, name and shame non-compliant appointees, Vitus Azim to Mahama. Vitus Azim is an anti-graft campaigner or an anti-corruption campaigner. And that's what he says, that the president should have named and shamed. Let me quickly take you to citynewsroom.com. Citynewsroom.com. Also leading with Afenyo Markin and the alleged assault video story, which story says, alleged assault, I was merely protesting police officers' conduct, and it's attributed to the minority leader Osahene, Alexander Afenyo Markin. All right. Other stories on the website. Galamsey, LI 2462 will be repealed, not amended. This is Kwachi Ofosu speaking. And that's some good news, quite emphatic, because this is what, recall that when the government sought to suggest that an amendment would be made to the LI 2462. This LI, of course, allows for mining in finding reserves. There had been a call for its complete repeal. The NDC had campaigned on same. However, this appeared to be a shift in goalpost, okay, with suggestions for an amendment instead of a repeal. This was met with strict opposition by environmental activists, including Arocha Ghana, the Media Coalition Against Illegal Mining, and the likes. Good to hear that the man that speaks for the president, the man that speaks for the government, the minister in charge of government communications, Felix Kwakye Ofosu, is saying that the LI 2462 will be repealed and not amended. We'll end it there and wait for when Parliament reconvenes, and then we'll see what steps will be taken in advancement of this particular initiative or directive. All right. The new Kolebu CEO is also here. Dr. Yakubu Seidu Adam is new CEO of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Again, John Darko, and from that interview with Bernard Avila on the point of view, he says CJ's suspension not legal. It's pure politics. That's according to him. CJ's suspension not legal. It's pure politics. All right. Police invite Afenyo Makin over alleged officer assault. Police invite Afenyo Makin over alleged officer assault. And then you have Opariado, the Minister for Youth and Job Creation, Opariado, aka Pablo. He also sat with Bernard Avila on the second half of the show. That's the point of view here on Channel 1 TV. And he says, we'll review controversial sanitation module under YEA. We'll review controversial sanitation module under YEA. And then Kwakye Ofosu is here giving some statistics in the illegal mining fight. And he says 71 galamseyers arrested, over 150 excavators, vehicles, firearms seized. All right, like I said, he was speaking at an event held to commemorate World Press Freedom Day here in Accra, which event was organized by the German Embassy and the UK High Commission. And he says 71 galamseyers arrested, over 150 excavators, vehicles and firearms seized. Now, yesterday there was a fire at Sakumono, and City Newsroom is reporting that massive fire at Sakumono slum renders hundreds homeless. Massive fire at Sakumono slum renders hundreds homeless. Nobody was paid to participate in CJ's suspension demo. That's the MPPs of Fori and Pofo speaking there. All right, when you go to the website, you get the details of these stories and a host of others, okay, on both websites, channel1news.com as well as citynewsroom.com. But meantime, between time, this is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. We'll take a break here. When we come back, we'll get to talking about the various stories that keep spinning within the news cycle. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
My guest today is Little Chef Katz. She's a very special young lady. She's an ace chef, an ace cook. She knows her way around the kitchen, and I've learned today that she's a perfectionist. And I'm telling you, when she opens her first restaurant, there's no way your food will be contaminated in her kitchen. Okay, are we going to fry it in the end, or
Yeah.
We'll fry it? Okay.
I feel like you can grill it, but me, I'll fry it.
You fry it. Okay. Chef, how old were you when you started cooking?
Age 3.
Age 3. How did we get here? Because she said she started cooking at 3. How did you make that happen? I think that's every mother's dream.
Yeah. So around age 3, she started mixing. Like sometimes half bag of rice, she just pour water in when you are not around. And so I gave her the chance to also try some.
Cooking!
You didn't wash the dishes. You washed them.
Oh, my dear. You know what?
10 minutes.
I'll wash the dishes after everyone is eating.
Yes.
After eating.
Yes, after eating. Okay?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom and Kivo Pepper.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boko has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed
in us.
You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel One TV, where politics gets real.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe Zebal. How Zebal there?
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday. Thank you for staying with us. The station is Channel One TV. The program is Breakfast Daily. The segment now is News Review. We'll get talking. A number of things are happening, okay? Yesterday there was a big one, the demonstration led by the opposition New Patriotic Party and allied parties. And then, of course, we had the president launching the code of conduct. He made some bold statements, and his appointees have up till close of day tomorrow to declare their assets or risk dismissal. We'll get into these matters to help me bring some perspectives to all these issues. I have in studio the former Member of Parliament for Anya Sotium, the Honorable Dixon Adumaku Kissi. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, it's Kissi, forgive me.
Oh, Kissi.
Yeah.
Kissi.
Kissi.
Apologies.
Yes.
Apologies.
Yeah.
It's good to have you. This is your first time here?
First time on your program.
Oh, yeah, on this one.
And I'm not sure if you sing like Nana Tufo, but we'll take it.
I don't have that voice.
You don't have it, yeah. So,
I can barely stay on key.
Yeah. But I'm happy to be here.
Good to have you.
Anything on Channel One is exciting.
Good to have you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Larry Dogbe, a known face, managing editor of the Herald newspaper, is also here. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning.
Yeah. It's good to have you as well.
Thank you.
All right, we'll start off from the demonstration yesterday, which demonstration is seeking the reversal of the suspension of the Chief Justice, Gertrude Torkornoo. A number of things have happened leading up to this demonstration, from the receival of petitions, the forwarding of same to the Council of State, and of course the establishment of a prima facie case against the CJ, her own response to the petitions, and the establishment of a committee. The NPP has led a number of political parties to demonstrate against the suspension and what appears to be the subsequent, not subsequent, we are not there yet, but what will be ultimately the removal of the CJ. Honorable, let me start with you. Were you there? Were you part of this demonstration?
Yesterday I was not able to join in the morning.
The question should have been, why is it in red?
We'll get there.
Yesterday I was not part of the early procession, but I managed to observe and followed closely all the proceedings. But let me take the opportunity and say a good morning to your viewers. And let me also add that I'm in red, naturally in solidarity with the event yesterday. And
so now you have your answer.
Yes. That's why I'm in red. And I think that there are two key things. The independence of the judiciary is at stake. It isn't really about even the woman. Let me be very frank with you. It's about the position and the fact that that position, like any of the arms of government, need to be very carefully protected. And it's not about it being NDC government. This protest is supposed to be a mark for Ghana to be very careful in the future, because I'm envisioning every president now comes and he will want to nominate the Speaker of Parliament and then literally change the CJ. If we get into that, then what we are trying to do is that we are really empowering the executive more so than the other branches of government or arms of government. And that is where I worry. And let no person be confused about that. Today, yes, President Mahama has truly the 2/3 in Parliament. And knowing the character of the NDC, I know for sure that after all this romance, when it is put to question in the chamber, the 2/3 will sing the chorus of, yes, let's remove her. But this will be a very low point in our democracy. And that is where I'm coming from. It could be Yao Menu, Amasewa, whoever it is not my problem. But I think that that arm of government, the independence of it, is at stake. And the checks and balances in our system ought to be carefully looked at. In some ways, we were lucky in the second term of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to have an opposition, quote-unquote, Speaker of Parliament. And I must say that though he was, quote-unquote, annoying sometimes, he was literally putting the executive in check so that the executive could not get away with everything, anything that the executive wishes after cabinet. So it was really in the interest of Ghana that God gave us, as it is, a speaker who had a different political ideation, to the extent that even the NDC thought it remarkable to repeat the same person, though I don't see that same bravado in the speaker now, because I think his party is in government. But I really think that what is at stake now is not necessarily the woman, but my point is that is the independence of the judiciary being thrown out. And in addition, the sins for which she's been crucified. Already, President Mahama, His Excellency, has now nominated 7 people So where is the equity in all of this? Whereby you say that this woman is being crucified for saying that we should expand the number of Chief Justices.
Judges are the Supreme Court.
Yes. Yeah. About 4, 5, or let me say 6 months ago, the NDC was the one explaining to all Ghanaians that the number of justices we have for this country, for our population, for our size, is too much. And that we should not fill the room to an extent. And we're even talking about the maximum number of justices we should have as a country. And the fact that there's no cap, and we need to put a cap there. And then you spring on us 7 justices, which means that even the 3 that we were screaming about to get towards the end of our tenure was even child's play. So I'm troubled by the fact that, based on what I've heard, one of her sins was, telling Ghanaians that we need to expand the justices, and that the workload requires that she gets additional hands. Yeah. So if that was one of the reasons why the petition was put against her, and in within the same span that we are about to, as it is, politically assassinate this woman, the president of the land has put out, not in gossip, this is in writing, that he's nominating 7 very qualified people to the bench. And I think by virtue of the president's action alone, literally being logical, I think that it means that the woman's concept of adding on, as it stands, makes sense to the president. And for that matter, I think, it might be better that the NDC administration come out boldly and say that, listen, we want to remove this woman for political reasons. And if so, then let's not do all this hula baloo. And that it is not about her competence, and it is not about anything except for the fact that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo made her. And since it was under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's presidency, now that we are in town, new sheriff in town, we want to prove to Ghanaians that we can remove the CJ. And for that matter, I worry that is that the new trend. So in 2032, when there's a new president, even if it's NDC or MPP, the president then has the sole prerogative.
There's 2028 before 2030. Why do you jump on
my math. My math. No, I was even making a point that even if it's NDC, the next president after Mahama would then say that, me too, I'm changing the speaker, and I'm changing the CJ, and it becomes a new trend. And that is where I worry. And mind you, I mean, people have made arguments that the EC was removed. The EC is not necessarily an arm of government. And for me, this is, we may have erred doing the Electoral Commission one, agreed. That is a different argument. But Electoral Commission is not an arm of government. This is serious. 3 arms of government, and for even Parliament to impeach the president is not a small task.
Exactly. Yeah.
So thank you very much. It's not a small task, and for us to take this path, it will be injurious to our democracy, and this also weakens the judiciary. I stood up when our president was changing Osei Mensah Bonsu for a reason. Right. Not because of Osei Mensah Bonsu, but we felt that as parliamentarians, if we are there and the executive can just one day wake up and change our leader, it isn't right. And on the same grounds, we stood also for Afenyo Markin, in the sense that I felt that on the same principle, as parliamentarians in our chamber, if an outside body has more control to change our leader, then it is worrying. I mean, it's like, City or Channel 1, the media guys here, you may have a leader, then all of a sudden somebody who's an investor just comes in and changes your lead person. It's a bit worrying without any recourse to use. So in that sense, I am scandalized, and I am hoping that Dugbe and my boss, the emeritus Greater Accra chairman, would agree to me that though they may support this in principle and in political allegiance, they are worried that this is injurious to the judiciary, injurious to democracy, in the sense that once this is set, two wrongs don't make a right. In the future, any president now will come and then, for any frivolous reasons, decide that, I don't like the way this justice wears his cap or her cap. So, based on the petition, whether frivolous or not, I suspend the person. And suspension is like guilty before even, having your chance to make an argument.
Suspension is just to step aside so that the investigations or the committee does its work.
For me, the thing is that so for anything that I write about you, I'm justified to just remove you, and that is why I worry. And
but then I have an opportunity to defend him.
Well, we'll get further into this, but really, to end my argument, my point is apolitical. My point is about the democracy of this country and the fact that there are three equal arms of government, and one may be far-reaching now, in the sense that the basis for which we remove a chief in this country. I mean, Asante Hene has demoted about 3 chiefs in the last 3 years. There were very potent reasons. There are many petitions against other chiefs. He has not removed them.
Right.
There should be potent reasons. And I stated one that
these petitions don't cut it?
The woman's offense, one of them largely was the fact that she recommended that we expand the judiciary.
It was the process that is being questioned.
Listen, the process, in fact, the process did not end. How do you tell somebody that because you're envisioning to do something, that is a Kwekwanansi arrest?
But steps had been taken in advancement of this.
When we were growing up, Kwekwanansi will ask his child, when I buy a car, how do you drive it? When the child says, I'll drive it this way, Kwekwanansi starts beating the child without even buying the car. In this case, we all know that last year, the justices were not confirmed. The NDC minority to majority then, based on what was happening, made everything possible not to make it happen.
Very well.
So that process did not pan out for whatever technical reasons. So how then do you hang this woman for a crime, quote unquote, that was not committed?
That is 1 out of 3 petitions.
Oh,
even now we are heard there are about 5 petitions.
Oh, but they won't hold water. And then to end it,
yes, please.
I wouldn't have said this, but one of the ones that is very ludicrous is her expenditure. And I must admit on air that if we should afford that same yardstick to the parliamentary services, then I think we should equally remove the speaker. You see, we cannot do one thing for one arm of government that, quote unquote, and I'm just making a point here.
But the conditions of service are not same.
Please hear me out too. I'm just making my point that one that I have heard in passing about maybe travel expenditures, involving family members and things like that. And I'm just saying on air, categorically, that if that same thing is expanded to the parliament, then we should have removed our speaker 10 decades ago. You understand? So let's be very fair-minded in this decision, because no arm of government is superior than the other.
Would you like to petition the parliamentary service?
To remove the speaker.
My whole point is that we need to be fair-handed in our dealings.
Very well. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Let me say good morning to the Chairman Emeritus, the former Greater Accra Regional Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Joseph Ade Coker. Honorable, you are welcome. It's good to have you. Good to have you. Good to have you.
You know, I was in Kwo with you, but I didn't manage to get to your car before you left.
I see.
Yeah, you were very swift. He was in Kwo for the summit.
You decided not to be swift.
That is my whole land. So you were actually on my soil. I'm from Mpaiso. So yeah.
Yes.
And the MPP led some other political parties to protest yesterday against the suspension of the CJ. Were you able to monitor?
I did.
What do you make of it? And the reasons they ascribe it. They argue that it is purely political and not legal.
Let me say good morning to your viewers, yourself, and my Dogbe and I don't know why his money. I heard that the Osono was dead, and that they are mourning. The elephant is dead.
This is solidarity.
The MPP, they are there, so they're having they are in mourning. That's why you see.
It was
just announced when Baumia and the people went to fight at their.
The thank you tour.
The thank you tour. So they've been asked to wear red, and that is what we were doing yesterday.
Right.
Unfortunately for us, no, we are in a country where certain party, when it suits them, interpret the constitution the way they want it to. Unfortunately, when we were writing the constitution, they decided to boycott it. And they forgot that those who wrote the constitution were ordinary Ghanaians. And they used their common sense to write the constitution. The legalities were minimal. So we have a constitution which has endured for over the past 30, 35 years because of the people who sat down to write the constitution. And now they want to interpret the constitution. Here we are. This is not the first time that a Chief Justice a petition has been brought against the Chief Justice. In the last days of President Akufo-Addo, a petition was sent to him. And what did they do?
But that didn't see the day.
No. Please, just let's don't jump the gun.
Step by step.
Fufu is now going to the and we are now having the soup around it.
Right.
You understand? What happened when the petition was sent to him? He said it was a conveyor belt. And what did he do? He sent the petition to the Council of State for them to advise. The advice of the Council of State meant that there was no need to pursue the petition. So he came in. So this was the first time, and there was a process that was followed. Are you telling me that JM is not a Ghanaian? He comes from a different planet. So the same system that Akufo-Addo used, when JM is using that system, it's political.
Double jeopardy.
The outcomes are different.
No, forget about the outcomes. We are talking about the process and the procedure. The outcomes comes after the process and the procedure has been followed. Is that not so? Yeah. As we sit down now, the outcome has not yet been determined. Yeah. So why are we talking about the outcomes are different? A process has been triggered, and the process is specifically stated in the Constitution, Article 146 up to 11 or 12, what the process should be. And JM has done that. Have you heard the president coming to open his mouth, even to comment on whatever is happening? If he comments, then he's taking a political decision. But he hasn't commented. So where's the politics in this? There's no politics there. They
ascribe the politics to previous comments made by John Mahama while in opposition, while campaigning.
I was
asking NDC lawyers to prepare themselves to take up positions.
I believe in that statement. I was at that meeting.
Oh, okay.
Why shouldn't we encourage our members to go to the bar? Why? Why shouldn't we encourage our members to go to the medical school to become doctors? Why don't we encourage our members to become architects? So because he spoke about law, it's a different ball game. So if I spoke about the Ghana GMA, what is asking people to at least uplift themselves to get to certain, and we are all Ghanaians. The system is there. So encouraging people to go to the bar, is that a crime?
No.
It's not a crime. So you see, people want to justify things when they know what they are doing is wrong. They just have to put people in a certain straight jacket and start defining things that are not. What's wrong about that? At my age, I even want to start law so I can go to the bar or even become an electoral commissioner. I'm a Ghanaian, I'm entitled to it.
Yeah.
So what's wrong about that? So nothing. So he has done not whether he spoke before.
You'll be a fine electoral commissioner, though.
Precisely, and I'm not sure he'll never win an election.
That's prejudicial.
Your temperaments are good.
Exactly.
You can be, you know.
Yeah, you understand.
So it'll be a blessing to.
Thank you very
much. State.
Exactly, it will be a blessing.
Yeah.
You understand? So we should situate this in the context of the Constitution. Simplicity. The Constitution. What I want you to tell me is that JM has violated the provisions of the Constitution. Then me and you will join a demonstration against him if he violates the Constitution.
We haven't heard talk of violation of the Constitution, but we've heard talk of abuse of discretionary power.
How? What does
I mean technically this is double jeopardy.
No, how? The Constitution says that if you receive this, do this, and you are now talking.
It starts with shall, and then intent. Where the discretionary power is, it says may.
What you are forgetting is that when your father born you, gave birth to you, he didn't give you birth as an English person. If you're a Fanti, you were born a Fanti.
I'm an Asim boy.
Asim boy, yeah. So you are from Central region.
Yeah, I think
so.
I'm not from Dumping.
So you were born an Asim boy. Then you decide to go and learn somebody's English. You don't learn somebody's language, and then you want to interpret what the person whose language is. You want to now interpret what that person, and then you are saying shall and may, and that's what we are talking about. We are talking about discretion. The person has sent the thing to a council of state, and you said he must use his discretion. Not to you are telling him that he must have used his discretion by not sending the. No, he is just following the process. That's all. Because if I, the petitioner, also send the petition and refuses one, I can even impeach him.
Yeah.
The president is impeachable. The speaker is impeachable. The CJ is impeachable. CEOs and ministers are all impeachable.
Like the finance minister.
Everybody is impeachable. So nobody is above the law for us to talk about discretion. That nobody is above for us to talk about discretion. Let's get it straight. Our brothers want to interpret the Constitution the way they want to. And you could see that has backfired. Their country, their minority that went beating a policeman.
No.
Oh, when we were talking about the was
he's
quiet.
defended
that one. Anyways, you talk. I don't want to bring it up, but I will have to correct it.
Please allow Chairman.
No, please.
He's actually responded to a police invitation, and he says it was an act in self-defense.
Act in defense, he must be as a leader. As a leader, right? He must be circumspect. That is why you're a leader. So if the president go about slapping people because of self-defense, are you going to say it was self-defense? No!
But would you admit that if the president feels threatened, he must act in self-defense?
That is why you have security men around you. No, don't go and justify.
In this case, it's a security officer that is allegedly
we all saw the video. This policeman was standing with the crowd around him. Where did this threat his son? I mean, don't you see? I was watching this and I was listening to their communication director, and I said,
Richard Anyaba,
we have got kids watching us. Kids are watching us, and we, the so-called leaders of this country, tend to lie on the face of it. We discredit ourselves. Everybody saw it. The policeman never threw his hand. I've been in a mob before. I've been in a crowd before. This demo, you could see that the police were not even holding trenches. They were not even holding trenches. You couldn't see them holding guns. Unlike the previous 8 years, where you will see barriers and dogs and all. No. So what provocation? How did he provoke the policeman to have for self-defense for him to? We all saw it. Don't justify these things. You, the media, don't justify these things.
It's a part of the video that we saw that involves the minority.
So go and look for the.
But where they are accusing the police, we have not seen.
So go and ask as a journalist. Your cameramen were there. At least go and look at the rushes of the tape. And see where the policeman, if you look at where the policeman was standing and where the guy was, where Afenyo was coming from. I mean, even a class 1 child would tell you the policeman did nothing wrong.
Right. He's been invited by the police to assist in
and
investigations.
the policeman should charge him for assault. I'm even the policeman. I'll lodge the complaint and charge him for assault. Just even touching my brother like this is an assault.
Yeah.
And he's a lawyer. He should be charged for assault. We should set example in this country. People cannot get away because we are MP. I keep telling you, the MP, everybody could have been an MP. You unfortunately for you, because not all of us can go to Parliament. So that doesn't give you the audacity to think you are the king of kings and to do whatever you wish you want to. So that policeman should charge him. So all that they did yesterday, right? 5 months into a governance, the government is doing the right thing. Due process is taking on. So for me, all that petition they sent were all childish. They were childish because nothing will move President Mahama, and nothing will move, if they say political, if they say move the NDC, not to adhere to the constitutional provisions in this country. That's what we are going to do.
Very well. Thank you, Chairman. Larry, let me hear you on the demonstration yesterday. The conduct by the demonstrators themselves, the police, and of course the substance of the petition presented.
Yeah. Well, thank you. First of all, I think that it was largely peaceful. Yeah, based on what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, they went to the Supreme Court and then handed over a petition. But the Supreme Court, I think there was some, confrontation as well. But according to them, as in the demonstrators, they eventually, reason prevailed, and the petition was handed over to the Supreme Court, and then they moved away. Then they went to Parliament, and it was at Parliament that, the incident involving Afenyo happened. We've seen one video.
Exactly.
We haven't seen the other one. I've heard that there was, what Afenyo talked about happened from colleague journalists on the platform, and some of them actually took part in the demonstration.
Okay.
But, they haven't been able to produce the video involving the police officer punching Afenyo. For me, I think we should be able to see that.
Yeah.
Okay, then we can situate all our discussion in a proper, context. But in the absence of that, journalists as we are not there just by virtue of the fact that I have some soft spot for a political party, but I'm also there, to report on incidents. Okay, so media houses could send about 3 or 4 or 5 journalists to cover a particular demonstration, and one, you are reporting on what Honorable is going to say, and then I could position the reporter on Honorable Chairman Adekoka, and I listen, observe him very well, because maybe he has some mood swings or something, and then he could snap, and then we get a very good story. Now, reporters, it's not what do I say? It is not enough to say that, oh, we saw what happened. What is the video? There were so many video, so many cameras around, and we haven't been able to capture that. I think that they will be helping our Afenyo Markins if they are able to produce that particular video, so that we can be able to put our discussion in a proper. In the absence of that, I think that it's good that the police
have invited
him. In some of these instances, you have the security agencies also, you know, going undercover and then holding cameras and all, you know, all that. You could have police officers dressed, police CID, and then they also are holding cameras.
Cameras, yeah.
So, I mean, I think that till now, the absence of that video with
showing
the police,
the alleged
attack is not good enough. Let's, whoever is watched it, whoever was there, should produce, you know, something. Now, and then they went to the Jubilee House. For me, I couldn't agree more with Standogbe.
Also?
Yes, when he said that it's been peaceful, that he appreciated the fact that this thing had gone on peacefully and that it was incident-free and all that. Okay. And then took advantage of Afenyo Makin's statement when he said that, you know, the Hawks must give way to, you know, is it centuries or something he mentioned? And that, you know, the retaliatory politics is not good enough for this country. It was Afenyo's words that were used against him. I saw the look on his face, you know.
I think it was quite smart of Stan.
Oh, yeah. Trust Stan. I mean, you know.
It was quite...
so
it was quite smart of him.
So I think that it went well. Okay. You could see the body languages of Nana B and then Justin Ahiagba, Justin Kodria and so on. And then until I think they realized that Stan had gone beyond, you know, the price he paid for. And then they started, you know, heckling him. But that's, I mean, it's politics as usual. But I think that by and large, we should just be consistent in all that, the things we do. I mean, people have talked about constitutional amendment. Constitutional amendments, you know, don't come on the basis of, oh, we've seen something and it's wrong and so on. So let's go to court, let's go to parliament and then have it amended. It is in testing of the law, then we appreciate the fact that, oh, there's something wrong with it. Like, I mean, Honorable said that, hey, he thought that this provision about suspending the Chief Justice and so on and so forth and all that, it's not good enough, and that it's politically motivated. I disagree with that position because we were here when the same, I think, Anodom prayer. Yesterday, I didn't see him there. When he petitioned President Mahama to have
Loretta Lamte.
Yeah, exactly.
Loretta Lamte, yeah.
And the same process, a petition, a committee, I think suspension, and an eventual removal. Okay? Fast forward, President Akufo-Addo comes to office. And I mean, Anodom Prayer was hailed for doing that. It was his democratic right. He was in parliament. He had, I mean, he had issues with whatever had happened. Again, that one also had to do with some procurement issues here and there. Hotel bills, rent here, and so. The same thing, procurement. Do you get it? Fast forward, President Akufo-Addo comes to office. And then a certain lawyer by name Maxwell Opoku-Agyeman, who had been a friend and like a foster brother of Charlotte Osei. I hear both the law school, people who are in law school with him, I've spoken to a few of them, and they tell me that, listen, Opoku-Agyeman and then Charlotte Osei were like, you know, twins. Okay?
That's hearsay.
It's not hearsay. It's not hearsay. I'm talking about classmates who knew about their relationship in Ghana and their relationship in Canada.
Based on your same thing, there's no video of that. So.
That's a good one. Okay, well, I'm sure we'll get a video one day. You know, so then, I mean, for me to petition, you know, against you that, listen, someone should remove you based on whatever relationship we've had. I mean, that should be a biggest betrayal. But Charlotte went through the process. Indeed, when the petition came, the president had issues with it. They returned the petition to Opoku-Agyeman. Opoku-Agyeman then went and wrote it, you know, amended it. Yes, amended it. Yes, and sent it back to the president.
This country,
Amended it. And then the president said, so far Akufo, listen, this day has come. Look at it. And then so far Akufo, the Chief Justice then set up a committee. See the strange thing that happened. Days before the committee will start its work. So far Akufo issued a statement. If you do recall, you can Google it. Saying that journalists should desist from reporting on this matter. Or else when you do, you'll be cited for contempt of court. It's online. You can Google it. Do you get it? So even the media houses were gagged. If you have exclusive, don't report it. Okay? And then the process went through. The report came. And Charlotte was removed on what? Procurement issues. At the time, it wasn't wrong. At the time, the MPP praised it to the skies. I mean, you just have to Google, their defense of the removal of Charlotte. It's there. The videos, the videos are there.
I also think that the NDC had opportunity to protest in terms of their unhappiness with the Charlotte removal. They made it known. And if we're using the same avenue to make it known that we're not happy with the proceedings, I think democracy allows for that. And allow us to be the good opposition party. We have to.
I've heard a number of your folk admits
we owe it to Ghana
that the Charlotte Osei removal was wrong.
Oh no! Listen, I mean, I made it clear here that two wrongs don't make a right. And you see, I'll pray the NDC. There's a path we took.
You're making me lose my thoughts.
Sorry.
Larry, please.
There's a path we took that didn't help
because
us.
I want to come to you on an issue where you can also take blame because you had an opportunity to address this matter and you failed when you were in power. But let's let Larry land and then.
So then this thing came up and she was removed. Okay. She was removed.
A dream over issues.
Then subsequently, who came in? Jim Mensah. Jim Mensah, when she was at IEA, had a lot of issues with EC. The same issues presented itself or themselves. And she was, rabbiting. In journalism, I know you know what rabbiting means. When you jump from here to there, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, and that went through, and everybody saw through that, and we are here.
So is it the retaliatory politics that we are seeing?
It is not retaliatory. For me, we are testing the law. It is the test of the Constitution. Tomorrow we could have a president being impeached. Okay, and so I think that this whole process, we need to test our Constitution. Then he puts, all this amendment that we are talking about, that the law, the Constitution is over 30-something years, and that hasn't been tested. We put it in proper perspective. For me, let's test it. Now, what this also prevents is this, that tomorrow, it will prevent somebody with any frivolous petition, okay, to the presidency and demanding your removal, for instance, as a Chief Justice. It prevents that, because then a threshold will be established as to what constitutes, a prima facie case against a particular,
head of department or institution.
So for me, let's do that. I've heard comments about the 7 nominees.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? These are career judges. Circuit court. 20-something years, in some cases. I started reading about Justice Jamehwe when I was in secondary school. Okay, so newspaper in the morning, you go to the library, and he's convicted somebody or he's presided over a case and so on.
Most of the judges, he has trained all of them.
Yes.
But I don't think there's an argument about.
No, there is an argument. I'm coming. There's an argument. The argument here is that you and even you alluded to that. You said that one of the cases against the lady is that she proposed 5 judges.
Expansion. Let's put it that way.
And so that is the reason why. But that is not part of the Constitution. However, then this. That President Mahama has rather kicked against the 5 and then brought in 7.
No.
And the 7, I'm coming. Now the 7, they are appointing them so that to give President Mahama, he didn't say this. He didn't say this. But to give President Mahama a 3rd term in office.
That's an allegation that has been made. We've heard
let's stick with what I have said.
What he has said here on the show.
Because my point I made was, and let me be very clear, that in one breath, we were chastising the woman for, proposing the need for expansion. And I'm talking in terms of the NDC fraternity, because I was in Parliament when many of them argued that the Supreme Court justices are too much for this country.
It was the mode of transmission. Here, she wrote to the president. That was the problem.
Not the Judicial Council.
One of the arguments that the NDC raised. So, Chairman, are you telling me that as of 6 months ago, NDC felt that the Supreme Court justices were adequate and that even then we needed to add? Because I remember that though the process was different, I agree to that. But one of the pressing arguments that the then opposition was saying is that the Supreme Court, the numbers for this country is enough. So my thing is that I personally do not have a problem with the people he has selected, whether the and
just the addition onto the bench is where your
my
issue
point is that America has 9 justices, for crying out loud. This whole America with 50 states, 9 justices.
But do you know the difference?
Yeah, do you know the difference?
I listen. Every state has a Supreme Court.
Yes.
But be it as it may, they have 9 for the entire country.
And it depends
or
on
shall I say continent.
Well, you see, these are some of the reasons why we need the amendments. Because our constitution gives us a minimum of 9, but does not place a cap. There's no ceiling.
The high courts.
Let's correct what you say.
Let's strengthen the high courts.
The highest body, with the Supreme Court, has got certain cases that are referred to them.
Yes.
Certain cases. Not all cases.
Because each state has a Supreme Court.
So why don't we embolden our high courts? And must you go to Supreme Court because of your length of service as a high court judge? No, then that means America, they would have been loading their Supreme Court with a lot of people. So I think
some
that
of these judges were judges that President Akufo-Addo moved from the High Court to the Court of Appeal. Okay? They are judges.
But are you hearing my argument?
Yes, but I'm also making my point.
Okay. Right. And land on it and then
so then these are some of these judges were moved from the Court of Appeal. From High Court to Court of Appeal. So they were qualified under President Akufo-Addo to go to the Court of Appeal. But suddenly they are no longer qualified to go to the Supreme Court under President Mahama. But mind you, we were here when a certain Justice Gau was moved from the High Court, and within a matter of 6 months or about less than a year thereabout, he was nominated for the Supreme Court. And I mean, his colleagues were like, why? Meanwhile, others had been at the High Court for ages. Are we saying that Justice Dennis Ejay, a celebrated jurist, is not qualified to go to the Supreme Court? Justice Bright Mensah.
But you see, Larry, I don't think anyone has had issue with the individuals.
No.
It's the addition onto the bench.
Let me answer that.
Because if the argument back then when 5 were nominated is that there are too many judges on the bench, then how does 7...
The argument with the 5 at the time was that most of the judges had attained their retiring age, or they were about retiring. I think a mention was made of Justice Henrietta Mensah Bonsu and many others. So let's check the time left for them to attain 70. Okay, and I'm sure this discussion will be properly situated. And here I blame the government communication, that these are things that they should have been doing. Why? Their ages are out there in the public domain. Call and say that, listen, this person, how many years
and that's
more?
The counter
how many
argument
months
actually
more?
against
do you understand?
The issue of addition onto the bench, because a number of them will be leaving due to their age.
I want
Bafo
to.
Bonny will be going.
Yes.
Bright Mensah will be going by early next year. I think Herita.
Yeah.
Also, most of them are on there. But
Listen, we are singing the same song.
I want to address this.
We are singing the same song.
Look, your Attorney General wrote an opinion
At the time.
At the time,
Correct.
that there's justification for additional members because the workload at the Supreme Court was too much. That they need additional Supreme Court judges. Our
position at the time
against that was that we felt that President Akufo-Addo had then appointed over 80 judges onto the court, and the Supreme Court itself he has appointed so many. That was the argument that no, and then here we are almost close to an election year. That time they were doing that around May, June. Election was coming in December. So we felt that no, you should wait for the next government to come, and if there's a need for us to increase the
to also have a share of the pie.
It's not the matter of the share of the pie. Look,
I don't have a problem.
Let me land, please.
Obama was stopped for 1 whole year.
Obama was, yes.
For 1 whole year. So, I mean, let's be very...
Garland to the Supreme Court.
Let's be just...
All that I'm saying, like Larry said, we shouldn't shift the goalposts when the ball is now not in our court.
We are being consistent.
Oh, no, you are not being consistent.
You are being consistent.
You have been everything but consistent.
Mama Kasa.
We have been consistent.
Please, Alache.
Mama Okafa
My pain in this country is the hypocrisy. I can't stand it. That's my pain. You see, when it's red, it's red. When it's black, it's black.
Okay.
And that's my pain. Me, I don't care whether you are NDC, NPP misbehaving. I'll talk about it. But the way we are teaching our children, you see, it means that most of us, we don't have conscience in this country. It's lacking. But when we were growing up, when we were kids, we were growing up, we had conscience. You understand? You know that what you were doing at that time, you had a motive of doing it.
Yeah.
And only 3-4 months thereafter, just stand on where you were standing before.
Stay consistent.
Stay consistent. Don't come today and they say, oh, Muhammad said this and he's doing this. No, he's been consistent following what you were doing. He's been consistent because you started the process and he's following the process. But here, because Muhammad is not a Ghanaian, he comes to Azerbaijan.
I mentioned earlier that you had an opportunity when you were in power to address some of these things. And I'm saying this in reference to a 2020 Supreme Court ruling in the case of the Republic versus the CJ and the Attorney General. Justice Jones Luchi alluded to this fact. I mean, he regarding the Constitution and formulation of structures for the removal of Article 71 holders. He sounded these alarm bells, but nothing was done about it. And today we are here.
Listen, I must admit that I've been one of the people that sometimes have gone against the grain, in the sense that
you pay the price.
Oh yes, oh yes, and that is why I have been very loud about the fact that two wrongs won't make it right. And I'm praying that the NDC tread cautiously. I shouldn't be advising the opposition party, but you know, when you're in power, certain things look so right, though it might be wrong. And I'm only saying this because the Constitution and then the democracy that we have must be cherished. And for that matter, if Ghanaians booted us out for, for lack of a better word, mismanaging the powers that we had, they ought to tread cautiously. This CJ thing has a ripple effect on many of the jobs that the NDC has fired people for. And let me say this categorically, that it is the pain of many civil servants who have been removed from post largely because they worked under, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration. I mean, listen, I know of office holders that some of our party people were pissed off about the fact that they worked at the NEC, and when we came, they are still there. I can cite the likes of even secretaries to the Minister of Health. I'm saying this today, that people felt that once you are a new minister, MPP has come, the secretary who was working for the former Minister of Health should be removed. And the same with even NHIS. I mean, this path that we're going, we are almost as it is right now, telling all medical doctors that, hey, if you wish to be CEO of Kolebu, then you have to start now doing politics. You have to be NDC or MPP. And mind you, if you work even as a doctor without party colors under a certain administration, when another administration comes, you'll be booted out. This path will not inure to the benefit of this country. And somebody has to pull the brakes somewhere. I mean, listen, the small fishes are struggling, but sometimes it takes the big one to make a case.
You know what they say about when you're in opposition, that's when you say some of these things.
Oh, no. Listen. I sat here and told you that when our party was removing Oseiche Mensah Bonsu, I stood for him. And I stood for him because I felt that the executive body should not have the sole authority or prerogative to change our leadership.
Your leadership.
And on the same principle, when Afenyomakin was being tested, I stood up for Afenyomakin's, not because of Afenyomakin, not because of Oseiche Mensah Bonsu, but on the same principle that you do not change our leader for us on your own whims and caprices when you show no regard to the pack that he's leading.
Right.
I hope you get where I'm coming from. So I've been consistent in that regard.
Very well.
And I'll always fight for, as it is, people who are on the let me say, the vulnerable.
Right.
And if my party even did it wrong, does that mean that the NDC should continue on that path? I think that Ghanaians are holding all of us to higher standards. And you see, when you have power, how you wield it also makes you either superior or great.
Very well.
And I'll pray that the NDC machinery,
I'll come to you.
as you move on. I mean, today is the CJ. And let me just admit that as we sit now, even headmasters of schools are now being colored as NDC MPP.
But that was created by the MPP.
And my point is that it doesn't make it right. We need to talk about it.
Right.
So that we stop this. Because institutions, if this starts, then even students will then say that, oh, this teacher is NDC, so I won't go to lectures. I mean, listen, we need to stop it.
Very well. It's the polarization that's killing us. Even our various worker unions, we see what is happening.
We need to stop it.
Larry, I'll come to you. You have a final take on this, and then we can move to the assets declaration and the launch of the code of conduct. But let me take a quick break. This is Breakfast Daily. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. If you have never had mouth pain or a dental issue in your life, then you are one of the lucky few. Dental emergencies can happen unexpectedly and require prompt attention and expert care. Whether it's a toothache, a broken tooth from an accident, a bone stuck between your teeth, a broken denture or crown just before an important event, or any other urgent dental issue, you need a reliable dental clinic you can rush to if you or a family member has a dental emergency. The clinic you select should be equipped to manage a wide range of dental emergencies effectively when you need it most.
Yo fam, it's that time again. Finals. Oh yeah. Go TV. Let's go. Go TV. This is too big. The Premier League, La Liga, Champions League, FA Cup, Europa, and more. Finals. Stay connected to catch all the biggest football finals with your best football friend. Go TV. Love it.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. But revenge cancels the lines between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father?
Now that he's coming closer to the community,
Papa Pig go forget your own plans, so I go figure my own.
Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One TV. We're having an interesting conversation regarding the removal of, or the suspension rather, of the Chief Justice and the demonstration from yesterday led by the New Patriotic Party. Larry has the final take on that, and then we can move to other matters.
Yeah, sure. We've often heard the opposition party, rain accolades on themselves. Talking about how they are apostles of rule of law, and they are believers of democracy, so and so, the sea hall and all those stuff and all. They even go further to give you constitutional cases where they put before the courts, and then the country benefited hugely. Transparent ballot boxes, and then the voter ID, and many others. Okay. For me, I think that, you just don't say one thing today, and then the next morning you are saying a different thing. Indeed, they have tested this whole stuff. Charlotte Osei, it was tested. Vivian Lamte.
Yeah, Loretta.
Loretta. It was they who tested it. And all that came out. So they are the ones that tested this whole thing. Anodompre, Maswalo Pokwajima, who became the head of Liga of the 2024 campaign, MPP campaign. Okay? And then suddenly, another group or a group of people have petitioned another president over the Chief Justice. And, everybody is crying. It's a threat on the democracy. The president is, scheming to have a third term in office. If they know Mahama very well, I'm not sure they'll be saying some of these things. Anyway. There's so many. They would have to come, back again. Because I know for a fact that one of the reasons why Professor Jane Opoku was, renominated as a vice president was because President Mahama just want to finish his 4-year term and then go away and then throw the party back to whoever.
So you're now spokesperson for Mahama?
No, it's what I know that I'm saying. I'm not a spokesperson. Indeed, I'm not here on the basis of that.
I'm just checking.
Okay, but you are a spokesperson for
the MPP.
Okay, but I'm not here for NDC. He's here for NDC.
I understand, but you are quoting.
If you listen to Mahama, at that time he makes his appointment, this is a legacy term, a legacy term.
Right.
And here's somebody who opposed the Ivorian president, the Senegalese president, the Gabonese, when he was the head of the ECOWAS. When they were trying to amend the constitution for a term, he told them,
Yaya Jammeh.
Yeah, it was going to be chaos. You know, even Yaya Jammeh, he even has to send troops to Gambia.
The Gambia.
Because he didn't want to go. So the record of the person, MPP, they got nothing to do but to spill lies. You know, get the people to think that, hey, this is because the manner in which they all of a sudden brought this 7 Supreme Court judges that they were going to be a panel to amend, but they should
interpret the constitution to help him.
Even if it is there must be a referendum. You know, there must be a referendum before even that can be changed, and they skip that part. That's why I'm saying that it pains me.
Chairman, now that we are with you, let's move on to the matter of the
this code of conduct.
But touch on the asset declaration first, and then move to the code of conduct.
Yeah, I mean,
appointees have up to close of day tomorrow.
Yeah,
or face dismissal.
Yeah, I agree with the president that they were given time period to declare their assets. And more so, you even have to declare your assets before you take the position that will be offered to.
And that's why some people say that it should have been an outright dismissal and not given extra room.
Well, sometimes I want to use a certain word, but you catch discretion.
You want to be politically correct.
Discretion. Today that's a key word. Discretion.
Yeah, that's right. So
presidential
let's leave it at that. At least they've been penalized, and they've got up to tomorrow to make sure that they declare the asset. And if they don't, they should count themselves out.
Yeah.
I think they start. We haven't done this before. People even don't bother declaring the assets to the office. So it's a start. But you see, we have come this far because of the level of corruption and the wanton dissipation of public funds. And sometimes the display of opulence by government appointees, ministers, somebody who, before he became a minister, was even working. Within the shortest possible time, you realize that the person has got about 5 Land Cruisers. And that sends wrong signal out there. So everybody wants to be an MP and then be a minister. So you realize the corruption then goes even the party level, the party primaries. See what happens there?
Yeah.
It is because when they look at the top, when I go, the chance of me being a minister, the chance of me getting V8, that kind of thing. Because maybe the person in the village has not even seen a Volkswagen before. But all of a sudden. So we need to correct this notion that when you go to government, government appointee, within a twinkle of an eye, you're a millionaire. We need to do something about it.
Right.
I believe it will send some signals to those who have been appointed that the country and the government are watching you. At least we all know most of them, they are beginning. I see that some of them have started wearing 3-piece suits. One day I was watching television, I saw some of them wearing 3-piece suits.
Levels don't change.
And I said, no. I wanted to see that person and tell them, try and wear our national, our normal.
Yeah.
Don't it's too
I know the person you're talking about.
I haven't mentioned anybody's name. Don't go that far. You need to. You need to give yourself time. Maybe 1 year, 6 months, shoot 3-piece and that kind of thing. I think it's not in good taste. So let's congratulate the president for bringing the code of conduct. The previous government started a code of conduct. Unfortunately, they didn't pursue it. I think they tried to take it to parliament even for it to be enacted as part of our laws.
Code of conduct for public officials.
Exactly. We need to do those kind of things, right? So that at least nobody is saying that when they go to government, and anybody who goes to fetch water, naturally, must drink some of the water. But it depends on the degree. If you decide to drink all the water and you don't leave some for to come and drink.
Some have longer throats.
That's where the problem comes from.
Right.
the conditions probably, for the moment, I think, is in order. And we should, there must be a start.
Right.
I think we've started from somewhere. Yeah.
Right. Well, Honorable, I mean, we should start from somewhere, but could it have been extended to cover all public officials and not just appointees of the president?
Personally, I worry when I see government cars being used on weekends. I say this because of my experience in Connecticut. You don't see a government car on weekends. They're all packed. On Friday, but in our country, you see them going for funerals and weddings with government cars on weekends. And I really think that this should be extended to all civil servants.
Exactly.
And even more so to our voting population. Because if this asset declaration should pan out, people will be limited in how much they can have, which reflects on the people they take care of. Unfortunately, to a large extent, voters are of the opinion that everybody who's spending in government is because of government money. That is also another unfortunate misconception. When I always say this, that should Despite become an MP and he's spending, would you say that it's because of government largesse? No.
Isn't it therefore important that we do something about the asset declaration law itself, so that the assets as declared are made public?
My only point I'm making is that sometimes the perceptions are very wrong, and sometimes to some of our people, unfortunately, create that. They are very broke MPs. Trust me. I mean, I literally was a broke MP because you're sharing. Literally. You're sharing the same. You're sharing the same salary as people with far less population. You're sharing the same common fund with people with far less population. I mean, I can state the likes of Amwakwata. He had literally fewer polling stations than I had, but he was Minister for Roads and had bigger war chest that I had.
How do you know that?
Oh, I mean, by virtue of the appropriations that we do, I know what goes to road ministry, and by virtue of that. No, I mean, what I'm saying is that the conditions of service of a minister of road is not the same as an MP.
So he enjoys conditions of service as a minister and then again as MP.
And as MP. So my key point here is that that makes it quite difficult. So as it stands now, I can almost tell you that a lot of members of parliament who have exited are very broke, and some even have to call for help in some days. It's not everything we talk about, but those who leech, those who feed off people in power also need to be talked to, because I think that is where the problems come, because a lot of unaccounted for monies literally end up as it is in the hands of our voters. And if the voter population doesn't change, it's going to be very difficult to live by these conditions of service. And as it is remarkable. I would commend them to do and make sure that people declare these assets. But I really think that the voter population also needs to be very well managed. As we sit down, people are voracious. They are even upset with you if you don't part with something when you don't even have anything, and then again, I'll also say that no matter what, as he was saying that, I cry when I look at Professor Mills's hometown. I mean, I won't be president, and then my hometown roads are like that. That one there, you have to agree.
Aguvado did well.
No, I said
for Chebi and Abomoso.
To a large extent. So these are these are some of the, as it is, I mean, if you are fisheries ministry, I'm sure every weekend you have fish in your house.
Right.
If you are, labor, I'm sure you get employment for your people. I mean, these are things that come with the job you have. But overall, I think that there's more to be bitten, where government cars should not be moving on our roads on weekends or after 6 p.m.
You think that's an abuse?
I mean, these are things that I would expect that we move into so that we curtail the misuse of government property. You know, not just we the politicians. The civil servants also have to be brought on board so that all of us are into it. Unfortunately, the truth of the matter is that there are fewer politicians than civil servants. And if you look at the Auditor General's issues, many a times the infractions are by civil servants, not even politicians.
Yeah.
But everybody, when they see 5 million Ghana cedis missing, hey, political man has chopped the money.
You are the poster boy.
You are the poster boy, unfortunately. But in principle, I mean, listen, after we left power, some names have come up who had access to monies that none of us members of parliament had access to. And we were even saying, hey, we're in the wrong professional. Because, you know, I mean, the quantums that some of us have seen are quantums that the entire 4 years, no member of parliament saw. But every Ghanaian thinks that, hey, MP, you understand? So I think that...
I also think that you should take some blame for that. Because when you are campaigning, you promise heaven on earth.
Well, the promises are there. But my point is that we are the punch bag for all sins of corruption. But in total, let me be on air and say that if members in the political class, like what I'm saying is that we who are the poster guys, if we are even scheming off, it is like less than 5%. But there are some positions in this country that nobody is looking at, and the way they are scheming off things is quite heavy. Well, I'm not here to mention positions, but I am saying that.
I think you also said the Signals Bureau.
After I am not saying anything.
I mean, these are your words.
So my key point here
I'm just borrowing.
is that these conditions of service and the way we have to act as government workers should go across to chief directors of institutions. You know, and I say this
and heads of other agencies,
so that the perception will be far reduced, and then those on the ground who are milking politicians should also reduce their appetite. You know, I mean, if you get what I'm saying, because that is where you know, these are the things that make it challenging. When you visit the chiefs, you can't leave the chief's house with nothing.
Of course.
There's a cultural element, you know, and then I must also plead that to some extent, our politics must allow and really admit and agree to certain payments that are made official. I mean, I say this as Homo is coming. If you're an MP, you have to go and provide maize, oil, and all of these things. Where are you going to put it in your impress? I'm just saying, you know, these are things that we need to, as a country, agree on and admit that our culture requires that if you are going to the chief's house, you part with something before you leave. And those things should not be colored by journalists as corrupt. And I think that, once again, these changes require that we touch on many aspects of our governmental workers, more so than just the 10% poster boys or girls.
Right, very well.
Yeah.
Larry,
Yeah.
Assets Declaration, Code of Conduct.
Okay. I think that it's there's a law that talks about, I mean, the declaration of assets before assuming office, and that I think after you, when your tenure is over, you declare again whatever it is that you acquired. Now it's such that it's just put in an envelope and sealed and handed over to the Auditor General. So even the content is not known.
It's not public.
so
It's not
where's
public.
the transparency?
Where's the
there?
transparency
We
in
need
that?
to. But sometimes, you know, people can't manage that information carefully. So for your security, admittedly, if people know how much I have, who knows? They'll be coming after me. I'm just saying.
Wow.
So So it has to be managed carefully.
Exactly. So maybe there should be a relook at this particular law.
Exactly. There should be a relook, at that. I mean, we made the laws for ourselves. The laws didn't make us. So, I mean, we should find a way around it such that...
Because there's a pre and there's a post declaration.
Exactly.
So maybe after tenure, we can look at it and balance it. And see,
so that everybody is comfortable. You get it. Now, if there's any suspicion, the person should be afraid that listen, any president at all or a certain process can be triggered. And then, we get to know...
The Chinese style is brutal.
Oh, okay.
They even, send it to firing squad.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
okay. So there's a process where we should, or if there's confusion, we should find out what is in that, and it should be published.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, how come we are all members of society? We know each other. How I got to where I am today. You get it. Yeah. If suddenly I'm living a lifestyle that is, let's say
unexplainable.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I should be able to state where I got whatever from.
The prima facie can be established against.
Thank you. But this thing where we pretend that something has been declared, and we don't even know what has been declared.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
We are playing the ostrich with this matter.
Do you get it? Now, for me, I think that I wasn't happy with the president when he said that, some haven't declared. And that those who haven't declared, they are forfeiting
3 months of their salary.
Who are they?
Exactly.
Mention their names.
For naming
because they are serving at your behest or at the behest of the country. So once you mention their name,
like building permits, it takes time in this country.
You see, this is a direct directive that they have defied.
Yeah.
So I think
a presidential directive.
Exactly.
What else wouldn't they defy? Do you understand?
Yeah.
And how long would you continue to tolerate that? Do you understand? I mean, we should be, once a person knows that you can easily mention his name, he becomes very careful.
Yeah.
We'll know by close of the day.
When?
Well, because he gave
close
them...
of day tomorrow.
He gave them tomorrow.
Yeah, May 7.
So we'll see who...
And then, so he'll be sacking some people.
Well, that's what we're expecting.
That's what he's saying, that if by close of day tomorrow you have not declared, then count yourself out of his administration.
So we'll see. You see, that should have been the name. These are the names of the people who haven't declared. Okay? So that tomorrow morning you and I will be monitoring. Okay, Asimesi, he's declared. Obinting, he's declared. Obinting Ninua has declared. Asimesi Ninua has declared. You get what
I start with the people in the room when he was saying it.
Oh.
Perhaps he lifted his head and saw a face and decided that, okay, let me cool down.
We can start with the people, because those people there, we know them already.
Some of these things, when you might think that you are protecting your people, but at the end of the day, they are obviously not helping your cause.
So you would rather some more decisive action?
Yeah, I mean, for me, just mention the name. Next time, he'll be careful. The others who could be made to replace them would be more careful. You get it? Because some of them actually lobbied for some of these positions.
Exactly.
You recall the president telling us that, he had over how many? Is it 6,000 CVs that he's had to be going through? I mean, who are those who brought the CV? What is their level of competence?
Even President Kra, that shouldn't be your job.
Well,
unfortunately.
But so
there should be a committee that recommends to you.
So after submitting a CV to me, then you end up defying my orders to declare your assets. My friend, obviously don't.
And I also think that we need to figure out a way to streamline property registration and things like that. And honestly speaking, I mean, it's a problem in this country. If you haven't had your building permits, and how you can buy land and it takes sometimes a decade before you get your land title. So these are the challenges in our system.
And we know properties registered in names of relatives.
So we need to get it done right with the land title registration and all of those things, which will then improve on our asset declaration.
So on the other one,
the code of conduct.
The code of conduct.
We hear it has ruffled some feathers in certain quarters.
Why?
People had their own plans, but
you shouldn't take a gift, more than 20,000.
Yeah.
If it's more, you have to declare. You shouldn't buy state property. You shouldn't do what else?
Maybe your family is bad from buying state property. By virtue of your position.
And then ministerial travels and so on will have to be approved by the
chief of staff.
The chief of staff.
Yeah.
We pray it works. We pray it works. But what I heard that most often it's not the politicians. So that you hear some of these travels and so on, and the minister obviously is doing, a lower class trip, but then the chief director, he's doing a higher class, first class. And most often, because you and I as reporters don't know them, even when we met them in the aircraft, you don't know that he's the one, so you bypass him. But because you know Honorable, as soon as you see him in the first, I say, hey, yes, he can.
Well, that's true. That's true.
So I mean, the corruption around the politician, it's massively reported. But those around the technical guys, they have a way of concealing it. How many times you and I haven't received reports from, a chief director or his messenger about how, Minister A politician, has done this, has done that. You remember Muntaka? Yeah. And how he supposedly bought Chichinga, and then which other one? Chichinga and diapers.
Soccer, this thing. Brazil.
Yes, okay. Welcome. Yeah, sure. No, but Muntaka's own happened under President Mills.
Yeah, that's the Chichinga and diapers.
Chichinga and diapers. Yeah. That they brought the thing before him, and then he just approved of it because he has a baby, so honorable, just signed, and then he signed. The next moment he was kicked out of government. Yeah. Did you get it? Yeah. Who did that? It was
the technical people.
Yeah, the technical people who did that. After that, did we hear any other thing from that same ministry again about technical guys' involvement in some of these things? So, we should think deeper. And then make the laws more operational, so that it cuts across everybody. The politicians can have a set of rules governing them, and then the technical guys shouldn't have a different set of rules. Yes, the corruption at that level. Very well. Charlie, the money those guys are blowing, you have no freaking idea.
We need to look into it. Very well, gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been great, very insightful. Thank you so much. The Chairman Emeritus was here, Joseph Adekoka, former Greater Accra Regional Chairman of the NDC. Dixon Adumaku Kisi, former Member of Parliament for Anya Soutum, and then Larry Dogbe, editor of the Herald newspaper. I am Nanatufo Boateng. This has been the News Review segment here on Breakfast Daily. Many thanks for your time. We have a lot more on the show for you. Don't go away.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Life moves faster. Cooking shouldn't slow you down. Introducing the newest Franco microwave, specially made for you, the fastest and safest way to cook. Defrost, reheat, melt, and cook with Franco microwave with advanced technology that knows exactly what you want. Visit our website at www.francotrading.com. Download our Franco Trading app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. For bulk purchases and enquiries, call the numbers on your screen. Franco microwave, simple controls, smart sensors. Franco, the home of quality microwave.
Excellent.
Be that business owner that stands out and is very productive.
You're so confident. How do you do it?
It starts with Built. Where does your confidence come from? Paperwork made simple. Built takes all the hassle away. Yeah, don't be like her. Built is your all-in-one simplified finance platform. It's your home for invoices, payments, your payroll, and so much more.
Oh, wow.
Grow your business today. Sign up now at Built.Africa. Download the Built app now.
Hi, friend. Where are we going today?
Just use your imagination.
Go, go, go!
My family is the only thing that matters to me right now.
This is the stuff that only dreamed about.
These guys are the best. GoTV's ready to take you from your hometown to roaring stadiums and even on international adventures. So let's go together, from home or on the go with GoTV Stream.
Sounds like a great idea.
Woohoo! GoTV. Love it.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel One TV, where politics gets real.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
My guest today is Little Chef Katz. She's a very special young lady. She's an ace chef, an ace cook. She knows her way around the kitchen, and I've learned today that she's a perfectionist. And I'm telling you, when she opens her first restaurant, there's no way your food will be contaminated in her kitchen. Okay, are we going to fry it in the end, or
Yeah.
We'll fry it? Okay.
I feel like you can grill it, but to me, I'll fry it.
You fry it. Okay. Chef, how old were you when you started cooking?
Age 3.
Age 3. How did we get here? Because she said she started cooking at 3. How did you make that happen? I think that's every mother's dream.
Yeah. So around age 3, she started mixing. Like sometimes half bag of rice, she just pour water in when you are not around. And so I gave her the chance to also try some.
What's cooking?
You didn't wash the dishes, you washed them.
Oh, my dear. You know what?
I'll wash the dishes after everyone is eating.
Yes. After eating?
Yes, after eating. Okay?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom and Kivo Pepper.
You're still live on Breakfast Daily. Good morning and thank you so much for sticking and staying with us right here on Channel One TV. You're welcome to the best morning show on the blog. My name is Jifa Kedi Akutu.
My name is Philip Nihlati, and as always, we bring you a lot of issues here on this show. We'll tell you what is trending, we'll tell you what is happening in our various communities, and we bring you entertainment, highlights, and all that. So make sure that you are with us from now to 11, and make sure that you are seated, glued to your seat, and we enjoy ourselves on the show. But today, Jifa, a lot of things are trending, a lot of issues.
Just before we get into the trends, right, let me just remind viewers that we want to trend with you. We want to stay connected with you. So join us via socials. You can log on to X and then send us a message or drop something for us on our page. Tag us at Channel One TV, and then make sure you're using the hashtag Breakfast Daily so that it will be easy for us to find your messages and read them right here on the show. Or alternatively, you can send a WhatsApp message to the WhatsApp number on your screens, 020-444-7033. Let's stay connected. Philip, now we can get into the trends.
Into the trends. Interestingly, yesterday there was a demonstration that happened. Members of the New Patriotic Party and other political party members staged a demonstration to protest the suspension of the CJ. And it's hashtag Save the Judiciary. Today, a number of issues within that space is roaming on social media. Happens to do with that of what Stanislav Dogbe said. Stan Dogbe said when Apanyo Makin presented a petition to him at the presidency. Also, we understand that Apanyo Makin is also in the trends in a way.
He's trending for, I don't know if to say for the bad reasons. There was a video on social media where he was seen sort of smacking a police officer on the head, and he's in the trends for that. People are talking about it. People are saying it's not right. But he says, Richard Ahiagba spoke yesterday on Eyewitness News with Umar Sanda, and he meant that, or he was trying to say it was some form of a defense, because according to him, the police officer hit Apenyo on the chest. So that was his defense to that.
And the police has also invited him to help in investigations. He's saying that the police should investigate the situation that happened. Maybe you can bring that video of Apenyo Makin and how that happened, and eventually he is in the trends that he, in a way, assaulted the police officer and the police reaction as well. So that is what is happening in the trends. Also, they're moving away from the demonstration, or that when they got to the presidency, they had to present the petition to the presidency, and this was received by Deputy Chief of Staff Stan Dogbe. And Stan Dogbe is also trending because of the response he gave to the leadership.
You know, the whole demonstration thing was very interesting, and when you check out the conversations about it on social media, you get some sort of interesting submissions or comments from people, and you are like, look, Ghana is an interesting place to live.
A very interesting place to live.
You can't even be sad in this country for once. I mean, anyway.
And maybe if you have Stan Dogbe's video as well, we can bring you, and you see what exactly Stan Dogbe said, and the general public can now understand what really has led to Stan Dogbe trending. He's saying that if this had happened like that 8 years ago, democracy and all that would have been better. Looking at the fact that now they've been able to protest, they've got into the presence or the front of the presidency and handing over the petition to the presidency.
There were also conversations on social media about the fact that when the New Patriotic Party was in power, people were not allowed to demonstrate in certain areas because they were considered security zone. But now that the NDC is in power, they've been allowed to. The same security zone that the same security zone that Ghanaians were not allowed to demonstrate in the past or the previous administration's tenure, they are being allowed to do that now that NDC is in power. So those are some of the conversations that have been coming up on social media regarding this whole demonstration.
Mind you, there was a demonstration, Democracy Hub.
Yes.
They demonstrated bad governance when it came Galamsey and other issues.
Yeah.
They staged a 3-day demonstration. The 37 hospital side, all through to I think the Afrikiko area was blocked. So you couldn't use that portion. Yes, so they addressed that place to be a security zone. And that is what happened. But this is why Standube is trending. He's saying that the fact that they've been allowed and the fact that they've embarked on demonstration and it was peaceful means that democracy is working in this country. But Jifa, that is what is on the trends today.
Right.
The Save the Judiciary is trending, and also Mahama's 120-day contract is also trending. We understand that the president will be addressing the nation, say a special address to the nation concerning the 120-day contract that has been delivered. As to whether it has been delivered or not, we are yet to see.
Well, Philip, let me just quickly run us through some of the the contracts as John Mahama has it with the people of Ghana. So the first one is nominate within the 14 days. Nominate within the first 14 days the complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. He also has constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in my first 90 days in office. Establish a robust code of conduct and standards.
That thing was launched.
Yes, was
and
launched.
He's saying that if you are a government appointee and you do not declare your assets by tomorrow, you'll be sanctioned.
And the sanction is forfeiting 3 months of your salary plus an additional 1 month, which is to be donated to the Mahama Cares Fund. So that's about that. Hold a national economic dialogue. That has also been done. Scrubbing of some taxes, that's the e-levy, COVID-19, bet winnings and emissions tax, amongst other things. So some of these things have been done. I don't know which ones are left because it's quite a tall list of them. But by tomorrow, we should be able to find out if indeed by the 120 days per his promise he has delivered or not.
And exactly, you'll be hoping and be waiting for what the president will say tomorrow. But now let's check out the video of the day.
All right, that's our video of the day this morning. Philip, that's a very interesting video. You know, sometimes when you're going places or when you're traveling with your kid brothers or siblings, and look, you've not made a budget to buy anything extra than, and then they see something, especially these ice cream sellers, and they'll be disturbing, attracting the kids.
Of course. That's why they're having the poppy with them.
Imagine.
So as soon as they just blow it has to ring a bell, and the child will now compel the parent or the guardian to say, buy me something. And that is how they also making their money.
The annoying thing with kids, everything they see they want. Everything.
And this same video, I saw another one of the man covering the face of the child. And as soon as the thing was blown, he was having a headset on the child.
Yes.
So the child still didn't hear.
Didn't hear.
So that was a smart move. But that's what we have for you for the video of the day, just to entertain you this morning. So interesting one. Maybe you are going out with your kid. You'd have to take extra money because you don't know who is going to blow that in the minds or in the ears of your child, and eventually you would have to cough up some funds to buy ice cream or yogurt or something. Yeah.
Right, so that's about that for the video of the day. Philip, we're in the month of May and something interesting is happening. Sunday, 11th of May happens to be Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Again, year in and year out, we celebrate our mothers for the good works they've done in our lives. The fact that, look, you birthed me. And sometimes you don't even have to celebrate only the one who birthed you. Some people have played very key roles in our upbringings that we feel like this person is more a mother figure to me, even sometimes than the one who birthed you. There are people who have also lost their parents or lost their parents when they were very young, and other families or relatives stepped in to nurture them, to see them achieve their dreams or fulfill their dreams. So we are celebrating our mothers on Sunday, and there's something special happening here at Channel 1 TV as well as City 97.3 FM. Look, we are not the ones coming to tell you about it, but of course, we have our very own Apio Kosteyo Mashong Abi, who is joining us shortly. Our one and only Madam. Madam without a kin.
Let's give it up for Apio Kosteyo.
That's for this intro, dear. This intro is a trap.
Yeah.
Hi, Mama Sita.
Hi, Jifa.
How are you?
How are you? I'm
well. Good. You look beautiful.
I don't think I've been on the set.
Oh, no.
With us. Yes.
Yeah. I like this.
It's good to have you.
Jifa, we're twinning with our green.
Yeah, we are. How are you? How's your morning?
I'm on my morning.
If the two
has
had
been
told
good,
me
it's
that
been
you would
busy.
be doing green, I would have done green.
Oh.
Next time we'll give you the memo.
Give me a heads
Next
up
time
that
we'll
you'll be
give you the
doing
memo.
similar colors. Then I can also
next time
do
we'll give you
same.
the memo.
Yes, that's right.
No, you can even dye your hair green.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Are you that daring?
Maybe I will try. Just for the fact that we are doing green. Then after that, I'll go and dye it back.
All the best on that.
Like it.
Anyway, Happy, good to have you.
Good to be here.
Right, so you were on radio a while ago.
That's right.
And you were telling our listeners all about what's happening in the month of May. Talk to us. What's up?
It's a scripture from Mama.
Okay.
That's what May is about. And Jifa, like you said earlier, Mother's Day is the second Sunday of May. And this year, 2025, that means that it falls on the 11th of May, which is this coming Sunday. And I know a lot of people say, oh, you know, Mother's Day, people make noise about mothers, but we have to.
Yeah.
Because mothers just have a way of influencing our lives in a way that no one else can.
Exactly.
You know, a mother is a mother. And I'm also happy that the two of you mentioned the fact that your mother isn't necessarily your biological mother. There are so many women who have not birthed the people who they've influenced and nurtured and raised to become the luminaries that they are in our societies. And you'd be surprised when people tell you their stories about the women who have mothered them. Some of them are their headmistresses. Some of them are their pastors or their also for mommies in church. Some of them are just women in the community. Maybe she sold rice down the road, but every time, because their biological mother was busy, she's the one who will give you food when you get back from school, make sure you're okay. So we are celebrating our mothers. And this time we're saying that we want our listeners and our viewers to send us a scripture that illustrates the influential role or the inspirational role that their mothers have played in their lives. And then when you do that, not only are you sending the scripture in not more than 100 words, so maximum of 100 words, tell us why you chose that scripture.
Great.
That's what we're asking our listeners and our viewers to do.
Beautiful.
Right. That sounds very interesting. Now, Api, when you say scripture, the other time we were having a conversation about this, and Nimatu said she's a Muslim. Muslims don't do scriptures. So if somebody is a Muslim and per their beliefs, they don't do scriptures, how can they take part of this?
Well, you know, when we use the word scripture, it's just because of the way maybe conversations go when we talk about the word scripture, a lot of the time we want to limit it to the Bible, right? But if you want to send us a quote from the Quran,
that's fine.
By all means do, you know, and we do acknowledge that, yes, Christians, scripture, but we have Muslims, we have, you know, people who don't necessarily go by the Bible. Send us that scripture. And that's why we're using the word scripture, the scripture that speaks to you and that tells the story of the inspiration that your mother has been in your life.
Wow, then it means that nobody is left out.
Nobody is left out.
It's very inclusive.
We chose the word very carefully.
Yes, yes.
But we do want that, whatever you're sending, to be sacred. Because you see, with this promotion, it's not just about celebrating your mother, but the bond between mother and child. You have mothers. It's spiritual. Sometimes, even when your mother is not feeling well, you can feel it. And, you know, for those of us who have birthed children, we can tell you, if your child, your baby is crying, you begin to feel the milk building up because you know it's time to feed them. That's how spiritual the bond is with our mothers. And so we want to tap into that spirituality of motherhood. And we're saying that go and look for that scripture. Go and dig it up. Is it the scripture that your mom used to quote every time she was in pain when you watched her growing up? Or when anytime she was excited, then there's a particular verse she'll quote. Or when you misbehave.
African mothers don't quote scriptures when you misbehave. They rather throw their slippers.
They throw the scripture at you. You know, some mother said, if not for the fear of God, I would have beaten you. But Proverbs 11 verse 2. You know, they should quote it. You know, so just go and look for that scripture. Or maybe for you growing up, anytime you read a particular scripture, or you hear a particular scripture, it reminds you of your mother and the counsel and the influence she's had in your life. We want you to share that with us.
So after the entry, will there be some sort of shortlisting?
Yes.
And after the shortlisting, what next?
We do have a short list. And look, we have amazing sponsors on board. We have GTP sponsoring this. And GTP, you know, when you think of our mothers, a lot of the time you think of the kaba and slit, you know, she's very well put together. These days, the young ones, you are failing at it woefully. But our mothers know how to turn a good 6 yards of cloth into a statement piece wherever they go. And so GTP is on board for that nostalgia. They're supporting. And then we have Veuve Duvernay. You know, some of our mothers, you know, they like bubbly, you know, very classy. And when we think of Veuve Duvernay, it's not just about the drink, the sparkling wine. It's about what it represents, the class, the beauty, the finesse, the elegance that our mothers are. And so they're on board. So we're going to give gifts to our top five winners. Yes, 5 people. 5.
Fierce contest.
Very fierce
so
contest.
You really have to come out with a very nice quote scripture.
And you see, so the scripture is one thing, but somebody can go and flip through the scriptures and come and give us what they think Solomon wrote because he was a poet, right? Or what David wrote in the Psalms or in the Proverbs. But we want you to tell us why you chose that scripture. The magic is there.
Right, Api. So, you know, most times when we are doing things like this, sometimes we say that, oh, bring it to the premises of Channel One or City. How do we get the scriptures to you?
WhatsApp is everywhere now. I mean, now people are having big board meetings on WhatsApp. So we are bringing it to the people. Just send us your scripture and then also your 100-word write-up on WhatsApp. And the number is 0549 986 996. 0549 986 996. And please, when you send it, just add the hashtag a scripture from Mama. Because we receive a lot of messages. Some of them are going through our normal show conversations and all that. So we want to make sure that we don't miss the entry. So hashtag a scripture from Mama. It's that simple.
What's
on
the
WhatsApp.
Period? The deadline.
Great. So we want, if we can receive this by Friday the 9th, that would be brilliant. Because don't forget, Mother's Day is on Sunday. And so we're hoping that at least you'll be able to, you know, give Mama that beautiful surprise. Even if you can't see her on the Sunday, within the following week, you can sort her out.
Wow.
Beautiful. So then I'll be preparing to write my scripture for Mama.
No, you are disqualified.
Oh.
I was actually coming to see you for some poetic...
No, in the spirit of friends and family on Channel 1 TV.
Wow.
you are a family member of Channel 1 TV and City FM, so none of us here qualify.
We have to celebrate our mother.
Exactly. Don't worry.
I'll do a special opening for us.
For us, yes. So do an in-house opening.
We can read your scriptures here, but you can't win the gift.
That's sad. Anyway, guys, look, since we can't win, we want you to win something for your mamas. It's a time to celebrate them. Sometimes we don't even, look, African mothers and African children don't even know how to say, wake up in the morning and say, Mommy, I love you. And then they'll also say, I love you back. Look, when I call my mother, Mama, that kind of thing.
No, and that's why we do these things. You know, our culture is very interesting, and there are certain things that we don't usually do. So sometimes we create these things so that at least it gives us the opportunity to let people like our mothers know that we actually care about them, we love them. Because, you know, you don't say it all the time, and you shouldn't assume that your mother knows you love her. Maybe your attitude is problematic, and so she's getting mixed signals. But for you to take your time and just say, I love you, I remember you told me this, this is what I think about when I think of you, thank you. Sometimes that's all your mother needs.
And look, imagine hearing or your mother listening to radio and hearing you read, or your scripture is being read to her, or someone even calling her to say that, I heard your name on City 97.3 FM, and this is what your child has written to you. Imagine how emotional, how thoughtful that is. To top it up, you can win something amazing for your mother. If I were you, I'll start searching for my scripture right away and sending my entry. So that's what we have for a scripture for Mama. But Appy, any final words before?
Yes, I just want to remind people that when they send their entries, when they send their scriptures, they should remember to add their names, their full contact details. We also want to know your mother's name, your mama's name, and then where you are writing to us from. Because we want to know, we like to know where people are hearing us from, watching us from. It's also important so that we can, so that when we mention your mother's village, everybody knows that, hey,
the whole village,
the whole village is with you. It's important.
Interesting, but it's not limited to only Ghana.
No, I mean,
worldwide,
look, we've had...
Because people are also streaming live and all
In
those
fact,
things.
we've already received some entries from people whose mothers are here, but they don't live in Ghana. We received one from Canada yesterday. Received another one from the Gambia. So continental and beyond, people are writing in, but their mothers are here.
The competition is tight.
Your mother
and they
must
are contesting
be here.
for 5.
They are. And then
5
also, we do respect the memory of mothers who have gone on to glory, but we are celebrating mothers who are alive because there's a stake at the end, and we want to be able to present that to a living mother. So we respect the memory of your mother if she's no more, but this is for mothers who are alive with us.
Beautiful.
Wow, Appy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So there you have it, scripture for Mama. As I said earlier on, if I were you, I would start combing through my Bible to find that perfect scripture for my mama, or Quran, or whatever you believe in. Look, whatever it is that you believe in, if you have a scripture for your mama, just put it together. Tell us why you think the scripture explains or represents the woman you are celebrating on Mother's Day. By Friday, if you don't send your entry, I'm sorry, you may not stand the chance to be that lucky winner, or that of one of the 5 lucky winners that will win something beautiful from us here for your mama on Mother's Day on Sunday. So do celebrate your moms. It's very important. They go all out for us. Sometimes they make sacrifices that we don't even get to see. All you do is you receive what you asked for, and they put a lot on the line to do those things for us. So celebrate them. Just tell them that is my own special way, or my own little way to say thank you for all that you have done for me. So the number to send your scripture or your messages to when you put it together is 0549 986 996. 0549 986 996. And remember, very importantly, to add your name, your full contact details, your name, your telephone number, as well as your mother's name and where she lives, or even her telephone number if possible. And hashtag, if you are sending it to the WhatsApp number, hashtag a scripture for Mama, so that we'll find your messages and then shortlist you to be part of the top 5 lucky winners for Mother's Day. Thank you so much, Apioko. Right, so we take a quick breather, but when we come back, we'll be getting into some community conversations right here on the show, but we'll take a performance from Droops right now.
Soon come here, go make it out. Blessing a flow like a river without a doubt.
Be a bag of dreams, I go make you shout. Stop fully back, street know me back. But when only put your low, see them can't pull me back. Set tune for the big tunes. When I know we got 20 more tip on the ass, fuck me, release them me back. Blast it and aim to me charge it. Pull up in the limo, and the beam in Versace. But man, we now, lick a tell them nothing cocky. Girl, I'm giving me look if you alive for the party. The world code, but man, the foes. Careful of who seem close, never them I chose. He always be the same foes that you call your bros. The same foes that you call your bros. Take a proper look in my city. Greedy leaders from in the city. Make it out and everywhere I get in it. The little boy of nobody. I've been turning to a somebody. So now when me think shot, man of the year. Me top a chart #1 every year. So that shows any place, any day. Cover magazine, Rolling Stone every year. Me think shot, man of the year. From the ghetto man a bus every year. Worldwide thing, could they never underrate. In a Times Square, pull up on me music every rating. Shot. You have to make it out, you see me? Win some, lose some, them if you hold me run some. Second year, some so that's where me I come from. Up top, chop chop, pull up a lip of gunshot. Boom shot, life in a the downside. Go to one of me put down for me stand up, me can't flop. Chop up at the dap and me jump on. I'm more fire up on every link up, me mash up, me ramp up. Popular, you know they down, so what's the deal? Talking bigger deals, make it at a big stop, $1 billion abuse, stuff for me dog. Super rich, popping out the pills, man, I live in the painters, up in out the hills. Shut. Man of the year, me top a chart #1 every year. Sold out shows any place, any day. Cover magazine, Rolling Stone every year. Me think shot, man of the year. From the ghetto man a bus every year. Worldwide thing, could I never underrate inna. So when me think shot, man of the year. Me top a chart #1 every year. Sold out shows any place, any day. Cover magazine, Rolling Stone every year. Me think shot, man of the year. From the ghetto man a bus everywhere. Worldwide thing, could I never underrate. In a Times Square, pull up on me music everywhere. Shut. You don't know. It's Droops Music, DRUPZ, and I'm here with my main man, Agbe. Yo, Gringo Sounds, is it me? Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Real life lyrics. Greatness in me vein. Holy person so could they never stop me rain. Making it out the only way to kill the pain. Me and my brother never was feeling in vain. No problems, but a little problems. But I don't know if you give up or if you keep on going. Breaking the sense of creeping on me garden. Don't wonder why me still I keep evolving. Progress, enemies of progress. The scripture says that we can shine on no rest. Every get to use an element of greatness. Holy part that us have to live to weakness. They won't fi do me, they divide a man a winner. 10 toes, pour me any like a ballerina. Tryna stop before me glory, evil them a inner. No stress in me say could do this for me Gina. Say they won't fi do me, they divide a man a winner. 10 toes, pour me any like a ballerina. Tryna stop before me glory, evil them a inner. No stress in me say could do this for me Gina. Me father. Pagan not try for to pull me down. A kingdom not try for to steal me crown. So we up for Twin City Mafia. The falcon, pagan not try for to pull me down. A kingdom not try for to steal me crown. So we up for Twin City Mafia. Oh, so me go say the greatness in me vein. Only person so could they never saw me rain. Making it out the only way to kill the pain. Me and my brother never hustle in the vein. Make a repeat time again. Greatness in me vein. Only person so could they never saw me rain. Making it out the only way to kill the pain. Me and my brother never hustle in the vein. Make a repeat time. No, never me. Even say will never see me coming. Systematically manifesting life of epiphany. City feed the man. Yes, in that they get to know be funny. Mama, don't you worry. One day, yes, and I go win the Grammy. Never me. Even say will never see me coming. Systematically manifesting life of epiphany. City feed the money. Yes, in that they get to know be funny. Mama, don't you worry. One day, yes, and I go win the Grammy. Falcon, big and not try for to pull me down. A kingdom not try for to steal me crown. So we are for Twin City Mafia. Me falcon, big and not try for to pull me down. A kingdom not try for to steal me crown. So we are for Twin City Mafia. Yo, Gringo, get him. King City Mafia, you see me? Let's go. Nah. Oh yeah. Say this is for me, they once we soldiers that fought through defeat. Hustle feed the paper, only language that we speak. Pocket full of money cause the family got to eat. Every hustler in the ghetto, what we made the ends meet. Get on your feet if you are alive, this song's for you. Don't be deceived, it all depends on you, yeah. You got to believe that it's all on you, yeah. Who died they bless, nobody forgets, nobody contest. The wheel of God put their rhythm for repeat, oh. Say they don't know, them I go know. Say that when me touch down, them I call me Tony Montana. Only pretty ladies have fit down, see my wanna. None of them are better than man. Original bad man dagger. Say that when me touch down, them I call me Tony Montana. Only pretty ladies have fit down, see my wanna. None of them are better than original bad man. Cause man a rock star, baby. See me living the life, cause man a rock star, baby. Original, I'll be up in the skies, cause man a rock star, baby. Nah, see me living the life, cause man a rock star, baby. Still man a rock star, baby. Oh no, for me in the club, but man of us who but make hear them. But them walk and roll up, but don't mess with us up on the hood to well inform. They bring me down for me, I leave them to come. Woman, when you work, hey, when you twerk, hey, she know they flex, cause she rolling with the boss. Yo, you really got a sauce. Pretty girl, you know some never gonna treat you bad. I promise someone that you never go be sad. The painting, the dark is the freaky and me tight. Uber everywhere, all the ladies wanna race, sissy girl. You know some never gonna treat you bad. I promise someone that you never go be sad. The painting, the dark is the freaky and me tight. Uber everywhere, all the ladies wanna man a rock star, baby. See me living the life, cause man a rock star, baby. Original, I'll be up in the skies, cause man a rock star, baby. Nah, see me living the life, cause man a rock star, baby. See man a rock star, baby. Me no really care what people say. Me need you by my side 24 hours a day. Me love to give you from Sunday to Monday. Don't worry, me baby, getting nothing every day. Come and show me, baby girl, how low can you go? Don't do me no mini, miny, mo. Woman, if you give me your body and your soul, hold you down and whenever say that when me touch down. Them a call me Tony Montana. Only pretty ladies have it down, see my wanna. None of them are better than original bad man. Say that when me touch down. Them a call me Tony Montana. Only pretty ladies have it down, see my wanna. None of them are better than man. Original bad man, dog man a rock star, baby. See me living the life, cause man a rock star, baby. Original, I'll be up in the skies, cause man a rock star, baby. Nah, see me living the life, cause man a rock star, baby. See man a rock star, baby. Aye.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked. Welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadu as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boko has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. It's based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, No boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel One TV, where politics gets real.
My guest today is Little Chef Katz. She's a very special young lady. She's an ace chef, an ace cook. She knows her way around the kitchen, and I've learned today that she's a perfectionist. And I'm telling you, when she opens her first restaurant, there's no way your food will be contaminated in her kitchen. Okay, are we going to fry it in the end, or we'll fry it? Okay.
I feel like you can grill it, but me, I'll fry it.
You fry it. Okay. Chef, how old were you when you started cooking?
Age 3.
Age 3. How did we get here? Because she said she started cooking at 3. How did you make that happen? I think that's every mother's dream.
Yeah. So around age 3, she started mixing. Like sometimes half bag of rice, she just pour water in when you are not around. And so I gave her the chance to also try some.
What's cooking?
You didn't wash the dishes. You washed them.
Oh, my dear. You know what? 10 minutes. I'll wash the dishes after everyone is eating.
Yes.
After eating?
Yes, after eating. Okay?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom and Kivo Pepper.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese.
Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So if you learn one thing, you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesdays, you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
We are grateful you stay with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel One TV. Now let's move into our communities. Just interesting that some communities are still battling with a water situation, not from Ghana Water Limited, but the only source of water they have is also they are battling or they are drinking water with animals, or challenges with animals also getting access to that same water they are using. A very damning story we saw in some communities in the Ashanti region and also in the Bono region. Riamwase Tanoso in the Ashanti region and also Gulumpe in the Bono region. These two regions are huge, and it's expected that at least water in these regions wouldn't be a challenge or be an issue. But in these communities, Riamwase Tanoso and Gulumpe, the situation is dire and very damning. Let's bring you report filed by Michael Saponi Fum of the Bono region, and also Bright Yeboah of the Ashanti region. After, we will have conversation on these stories.
In Gulumpe, a farming community of nearly 12,000 people along the Kintampo-Tamale Highway, access to clean water remains a major challenge. With no safe water supply, residents depend on a greenish, foul-smelling dam, the same source used by cattle and sheep. This unsafe practice puts them at high risk of disease, starkly contradicts the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 6, which promotes clean water and sanitation for all. Residents share their experiences and daily struggles with Channel 1 News.
In this community there, we don't have pipe here. This is the only water we have here. We get challenges, but it's the only water here. We can't do anything. Here there we are begging them to help us so that we get pipe in this community.
Health workers in the area say the consequences are dire. Over the past 4 years, more than 7,000 waterborne illness cases have been recorded, with typhoid fever topping the list.
Gulpe Center has been recording waterborne disease, and it's one of the predominant cases that we've been recording here. Most of our cases here are the diarrhea cases, and per our clinical experience and judgment, it is traceable to the waterborne diseases. So from 2021 to 2024, it has been the biggest. From 2021, the diarrhea disease was first, recording about 2,496, about 23.2%. Then 2022, also diarrhea disease was the first, which was mainly traceable to the waterborne disease, and that one was also 1,728, representing 29.3%.
Assembly member for Gulumpe West, Saidu Muaz Harrison, outlined the steps he's taking to address the crisis, but says more support is needed.
Because we are dealing with government. Previously, we went to talk to our, we put it before the assembly to be able to assist our various communities. And now that we have a new government, and I believe that we are not doing politics about this, it is a problem that our people are facing. And we being the leaders, or we being the representative of those people, we need at least put up this before the new government to be able to solve it. Even though there are a lot of problems that we have been putting before them, we have put before them to be able to rectify it. But first thing is water, and that is why it has become very necessary for us to put it before your station.
The chief of Gulumpe, Adam Shie, is also calling on government and relevant authorities to intervene urgently.
The Afani stream, which originates from the mountains and falls down like a mini waterfall, is the primary source of water for hundreds of residents in Riamuase Tanoso. However, the plunge pool, where community members typically fetch water, paints a disturbing picture. The water is murky, polluted, and clearly unfit for consumption. This contamination is largely the result of indiscriminate dumping of waste, including sanitary pads, plastic materials, and other biodegradable items into gutters within the Riamuase township. During rainfall, these pollutants are washed down into the stream, severely compromising its quality. Residents share the daily struggles they face, relying on the stream for drinking, cooking, and other domestic activities, calling for urgent intervention to restore and protect their only water source.
First,
side say no etimi sta etimi gina bonti class mu say de nsusan be bo we no de ballets ni be gum nti say ama nsuo na say etimi nsa omamuti esuro ni na atimi ekọ nsuo na ewo no ho an ti amabele aba hanum
nsuo ya ne enum we enya pipe ni akasa etwa efi se nyame bo ade be to sabri ntwa ada ensu ye ni nsuo ni nti da bia we mo ase an nsuo eho ye den ewo hanum
nsuo we ayi osun ni awleho obehwe se de nsuo tie amanfo free baby be sasa nsuo we enuma in fact enya homeka kora.
Enoch Boache, the assembly member for the Wiamoase Jidim Tanoso electoral area, revealed that he has personally taken it upon himself to dredge the stream to remove some of the waste materials polluting the water in an effort to make it somewhat safer for the community.
Go tana dano nsuo no to a ne nyina twebegu nsuo no na omasa abesanom na no me ankasa na mbegina mu yi mu a enso still now. He is
appealing to the government and concerned individuals to intervene as the stream is no longer safe for household use.
Mesrem penimfo any aban any penimfo a omohwe sa ense yesremo ankasa in inside down sayem so meye moa na yenhwe kwan ye befa so a ebetimi aye nsuo na ma nsuo no abaye kama enti sa in case say yade bi tisi ha emfa homeka.
So you saw it, Gulumpe and Wiamoase Tanoso, the water situation there is bad. For Gulumpe, they are battling with animals, same as Wiamoase, which is polluted, also polluted by human beings themselves. Your brief comment on this before we cross over to Bright Yeboah, who is stationed at Wiamoase Tanoso to bring us in-depth understanding of what the residents are saying after we speak to some authorities that we.
Philip, I'm heartbroken.
Why?
I mean, you saw my reaction when the video was playing off air. I'm really heartbroken, especially in the case of the people of Gulumpe.
Yeah.
Look at the nature or the state of water people have to rely on for day-to-day activities and household chores. And I'm sure some of them may even drink it when there's no other source of drinking water.
That's their only source of water.
And
so
look,
that is what they are relying on.
I'm not going to pretend or anything, but if by any chance on a normal day this water should splash on me, my reaction would not be pleasant. So I can't imagine having someone depend on this
and take it
solely
into his or her system
for domestic chores or to talk about even drinking it. And the fact that they are sharing the water with animals, goodness gracious, I can't even believe it. And that of the Wiamoase, it's a stream, right? Yeah. Many villages in Ghana do not have potable drinking water, say pipe-borne or even boreholes. So most of them depend on streams. And if not for Galamsey, that is polluting most of our water bodies, you can go to a village, dip your two hands into the water, fetch and then directly drink because the water is clean, very clean. But in the case of the people of Wiamoase, they are their own enemies, if you ask me, because why are you polluting your environment?
Okay.
Bright said, forgive me, viewers, with things like sanitary pads and a whole lot of other, waste products. You dispose it all over the place and then it washes down back into the stream. With time, you should know that you are causing yourself some harm. There was a gentleman who spoke, and the assembly member, who said that there was a time he came to actually distill the stream by himself, but it came back. So are the people not reasoning to see that what we are doing is affecting us and causing us harm?
Maybe some action has to be taken. If there is I always say political will, there's a leadership in this, it can be done to resolve the issue. Well, you can join us with your thoughts, submissions, and comment via our WhatsApp line 0204447033. Let's have a conversation on this. But let's cross over to Ashanti regional correspondent Bright Yeboah, who is stationed at Wiamoase Tanoso as we speak now, to bring us more detail on this report. Bright, good morning.
Good morning, Philip.
I trust you are doing well.
I'm very fine. How are you?
Well, I'm doing good. We saw your report about Wiamoase Tanoso. Let's understand better the situation. Is it that the stream has been there for a very long time, and also the refuse or the pollution has also been happening and no action has been taken, but just paint us a picture of how damning the situation is.
So I am here at the Striamoise, which is located in the Efija Setre East constituency of the Ashanti region. In fact, the stream Afrane actually takes its source from a mountain, as you can see from here. So I'll take you around and let you know how it is. How it actually flows from the mountain, and which, in fact, they say this community, the Striamoise Tanoso community, this is their main source of water. It's been here for decades. I mean, since time immemorial, this has been their main source of water, and this has been their challenge. I mean, so you realize that when you come around, let's go around. So the drainage of the Striamoise township has its outlets here, close to where the stream is, and so you would realize that when every waste is being dumped in the gutters or any of the drainages, it directly comes straight to the outlet, which is here, close to this place, which is here. And so everything that comes out from any of the drainage facilities in the main township comes through to this main outlet, then goes straight into the plunge pool. So I'll take you around, just like I said. So they say that the communities, in fact, residents say that this outlet, in fact, had a gutter, a main gutter or main drainage that was able to accumulate any dust or any pollutants that was dumped in the drainages. And so, but as it stands, the drainage, you cannot even find any drainage here. It's just a bare land, and all you can see is just the pollutants, the non-biodegradable materials. I can see shoes, rubbers, like everything you can think of, which is very sad. Oh, this is an eyesore. This is an eyesore, just to talk of. So now this Striamoise, in fact, happens to be the hometown to the former chief of staff Frema Akosua-Opare, the business mogul Kwame Despite, and also Nana Kansa Buadu Ayed Boafo, and then one Dr. Kwame Che, the owner of Unity Oil and its other affiliates of businesses. And one thing is that the Member of Parliament, Honorable Mavis Nkansa Buadu, happens to be the daughter of Nana Kansa Buadu Ayed Boafo, who happens to be an instrumental part in this constituency. Understand, he has been awarded some contracts to construct the drainages and the road here, just so it can actually prevent every pollutant that are being dumped in the drainage, so that it doesn't actually reflect or doesn't come to the plunge pool. So just like I was explaining, this is actually the stream. So this is the stream coming from the mountain. So you can see it's more or less like a mini waterfall. So this is what happens. People come here with some small basins. They put it under the rock, fetch it, and put it in their basins, the bigger basins, so that actually they can use them as their source, or as their daily chores. Now, this happens to be the plunge pool. And clearly you can see pollutants, rubbers, I can see, I'm sure that's a Pampers. So you see all sort of pollutants, really indescribable. So this has been their regular challenge. So you see people here fetching water. So here we will try and understand what the kind of challenges that people are faced with and how they are dealing with these challenges. I'm here with me, one of the residents here who has come to fetch water. Let's try and engage her and understand what exactly she's having to deal with. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're frozen.
My friend, Fati.
Fati, how about me?
Me be sansuo na me ba na sansuo na enye fe. Gise mi gina na ma fa ade aso we nu kakra konom we me sakwa mintimi fa nom mintimi fa nya aduane. Benya typhoid. Pampers niema bebre agu ha. Nti yesremo mumbe boaye. Ye ni eboafo bia. Nti na ye ba ha se Maba, Esremo, Modawur, Mambaboye, and soon cry, Mamma Sack Weno, a former dear no. And yet, what's been find your way?
So Fati is here to fetch water, and in fact, this has been her only source of water. She comes here with just a small basin. That's it, like I'm illustrating, pours it little by little before she's able to use it. And she explains that, well, she understands that when she drinks from this polluted water, she would get typhoid. That's what she explains. So now it's that of Adaiso. I didn't know Hayana still out as soon as you.
Yenin Suabia waha, paying for Yadawroma. And Suabia niha, Yamwas Tano, so Hayana essensu. Me betana ha be 3 years in ye. Na di omudi kan tena no kra, me bisa mo se Hayana o mo sensu. And Suabia niha. Entina ese kra, saa na yesa na kakra. Unum kwa na wanye typhoid.
So Fati says that she's been living here in this town for 3 years, and for 3 years she's been drinking from this stream. She has no choice. This is the only source of water for her to be drinking from. She has no choice. Mamentiasi, one monsieur ayari, and I say be a huni pebi ayariana.
Me pacho, me ba half of frena. Me num suenu ne enye me sa bet ekwa nim kakra na start say suenu ye basa say no e fiba mu no na me num ye na me yare ye me kunu kra yare ye de no ko hospital ye check ye onya typhoid na omu bisam sin suo be na ye nom me se me tetano so afana no suo na na ye de ye sanom na obi as o ye suo ne se ase na me se ensuo bia ni ho baby ansuo no firi no wo firi akwa ho na obedi be 3 hours ansa na wasa be duru fie.
So Fati says that in fact she's been drinking from here, and for 3 years, just like I said, for 3 years she's been drinking from this part of the river or from this stream, and that this is the main source. This is the only source. In fact, she says that before she came here, she drank from it and she kind of got some reactions from it. She went to the hospital, even the husband as well, took the same water. They went to the hospital and they were told that he was suffering from typhoid, which is, of course, as a result of this water. And so it's much to be talked about. It's one of the most saddest aspects of it all. Now, my entire view, in Sui, a dear pain na waya fahu. Why is it more monsieur, more money, man, more to gum, and I togata more na fedi abet fahina. A dear pain now ya fahu. Mijidi is a wuzu yes, I do maybe.
Me pacho ane first ne ya yetimi ba na yetwi we nyina na yetwitwi mu kama na nsu nya mu na pene ye ma hye wim fi se bola ni nyina aha na efa asensu no kura ni buafu ye nim bola ni nyina sei esai na nsu so to a kakra bi na bola pampers niema ni na beba eba kura na obayi kula emboaye na me pacho da wor ma hwese ye yikula hwe hanu kora de we da no ebeden ye beden ya sansu anom yentimi.
Now Fati says that in fact when it's actually cloudy they are just afraid that when it rains definitely everything that is being dumped in the drainage would wash down to the stream here again. So it's one of the biggest challenges that they are having to deal with. Nana Fati message in Siono what it chrome heavy bola no uya bola ni bi mejiri ye say bola nso wotu no manugumu adenti na mu peba bi ngu na nso still got a sim number 2 agu
me pa cho bola no ewo yesoro ho ya mo ase ekuro no so bola no wo ho na beebi ansuo to a bola ne befa no efa me pa cho wa hu gata na ahaya na enam me mete echide ha me fi anim ho ensuo tokora bola ne beta manim ho gise me sesa firi ho enti nsuo no to na esoro hofo no bola no na nke hia dustbin kura ye bola no guma eye ma na ko matimi eden eya firi ho ko beebi akohwe tu agu saa no bola na ntimi mba na ye nya saa niema no nti ye beebi fa ko na hwe bola no gu ensuo to a de etibia ebetwe aba.
So Fati explains that where they actually dump their waste is kind of on a hilltop, and so no matter what it is, when they even dump their their refuse even in a proper disposal, still the rains will still carry it down onto the stream because of the poor drainage in the whole community. Now we will try and understand also get to hear more from some of the community members to understand the challenges that they're having to deal with. Mommy.
Yeah.
If I was saying.
And the Agatha.
Oh, Agatha. So what's na from her best? How many years?
Me pacho me Barbara no used to fear duni. 10 years ni, and I'm Barbara Tanosoha. And my best sense sui. And so your bar for friend, you say, and that's it. You buy and on your really, and a Jaminia, a Bema, Nana, Nana Buensi, and a assemblyman. One more do me, yes, say your bread, between Suano, say, a so a cough from one. Baha.
So, Madam Agatha has been living here for the past 10 years, and this is the only place that she drinks her water from. In fact, everything that's got to do with chores, household chores, that's where he takes his water from, so that she actually can go about with her daily activities. Now, before she came here, or when she came here at first, this was not the state of the stream. She said it was clean. But as time went on, they realized this is what is happening. The drainage has been damaged, the outlets have been damaged, and so when it rains, everything washes down into the stream. One monsieur ayare piana.
Me pacho mayare, me nana no so ayare. Emi ye de omo ko SD. Ye nya typhoid. Ena, just say yade ne de ka se ye kan wo ho awuti. So say yentimi fanya hwe ye besa. Wo besa wo di bedru fie no na emoa ketenkete na wonsuo num. Ti yentimi fanya hwe je so kotopie wota. Na betimi ede beye de wode beye. Yentimi fanyale, yentimi fanya hwe. Ena titru pa de yensa da yensa yem. Esrampanimfo. So omo meboa ye kwa no me de mitimi hunu se kwan no ena di problem ni nyina abre ye. Bi se kwa no se ya ye na ayini demu a enya de esusa no.
So, Madam Agatha says that she's actually been suffering. I mean, she's gone to the hospital, when she fell ill and realized that, in fact, when she went, she was diagnosed of typhoid. And that is related to the source of water that she's actually taken it from, where she's drinking the water from. So, she's actually appealing to the authorities to come to their rescue, to help them to, in fact, as a matter of fact, guard this place or protect this place to make it more convenient and more clean for them to drink their water from, or to get their source of water from. Thank you very much. So we will still try and understand from other residents to also get to know how they are having to deal with everything. And in fact,
right.
when you come here,
I want you to ask the residents if they've embarked on any communal labor to, one, desilt the drains themselves, and two, if you've had any conversation with a member of parliament, you know that you've spoken to the assembly member of the area, but have you engaged the member of parliament or any authority in the area, and what is the entire plan to ensure that they provide potable water for the residents of Wiamwase Tanoso?
So I currently have the assembly member for the Wiamwase Tanoso Jidim electoral area, who happens to be in Ogbuachi, who is coming to let us understand the way forward, how they've actually gone about dealing with this challenge. Honorable, Ensue, send a net here. What na have you saying?
Matra 4 years.
So Honorable has been here for 4 years. Ensue, send a net here first, no.
First, no, na enyakura enti mene komfo bonsi. Ana ye ya adwen se ye be nam kra me ya asambere makura. Enti in fact komfo no bo no homodin bia se da bi ye nsuo ne sei. Enti obehwe am ya ye nsuo ni nyina. Enti in fact me so me hwe ma adwen se okay mate ye nyina be boa ma nsuo no a e wo han because nsuo bi ni ba bia ye kwa akosa. So enti ama ya de ni ade tiasi in fact enya ahomeka. Enti ya adwen se be ye ni nyina kama kama. Ba se de esi ye no no na mfa na nsuo no wa hwe wo de moba mo fa kwa no so. Enam kwa na omun ye ni ntino ama nsuo no to a na sa twe fa nsuo na e de ohawaba. So
before he assumed office 4 years ago, this was the state of the stream. In fact, he says that it was an eyesore. It's been an eyesore. But then, with the help of a fetish priest, who, they came here to, as a matter of fact, try and build a wall, as you can see, just to house and guard the plunge pool. But time and time again, when the rain falls, because the stream, the ripples and the running water is so strong, it still is able to push its way into the plunge pool, making it more and more contaminated for drinking. Money and pennyfo din komo. And pennyfo ben amuno wedding komo. A debe no mo ya fa on CCA.
CCA me bo na you amase hene amane. Na woka kire senko wobehwe ame atun anamo. Ba say anamontuo no yehunu na ade no so se de titian yentimi nkase ye tena wo saa amana ye saa because yenim dia ada asem betimi asi ho. Enti na wo se ye hwe se animanimu ya ye behia mpanimfo a betimi abeboa ye ene wi amoasefo ene sebe just part mo asabe wo mun sam obi yesra mo omu nyina meye opa na mo na mpi so ana yewura nkansa board yesra no wontwe na nim behwe wi amoase e ma ye na ye pere wo hapa enya sam keto akora enya sam keto e wo yensuo ho yesra mo a yesra mo.
So Honorable has actually already informed the traditional priest here, the traditional ruler here, who happens to be the Wiamoasi chief, Nana Kunadu Yadom, and says that he has already informed him, but nothing has been done so far. He's just calling for benevolent people to come and help them, especially Kwame Despite, Nanankansa Buadu Ayebuafo, and other people, just so they can actually help them, especially, and also the Member of Parliament, Mavis and Kansa Buadu. Moti insuemu, mahu se de insunayi. Debe na mo ya fa ho, debe na mo ye fa ho de biada, se mu se bi se ya.
Me no se bi se ya, me te se me konfuyi efe ni pama wo be ye nsuo no adwuma yiye pa ebi wo so ameso me ba na maso ma be ye na wo mo e wo ha no so mo karantene ya beti nsuo no ma ye nsuo no to ya na sai twa be fam so enti ama na koye wo ha kese pa de ama ye.
So Honorable says that they've actually been doing it, they've been dredging this stream time and time again, but when it rains, anytime it rains, it actually, history repeats itself. It will still wash down to this plunge pool, making it more and more unhealthy for them to drink. The chief priest is here. We will try and understand what his side of it too, and understand the possible impacts it's actually having on his daily works as well. So, Honorable, it has to be brief. So this is the kind of problems that the people are having to deal with here. The assembly member has, in fact, in his own words, taken steps to address issue, has reported it to the traditional ruler here, but nothing has been done. Only that he's currently now, he's trying, he's helping, he's appealing to the government and benevolent people to also come and help them build this stream. Nana, Akwaba.
Yeah, wahine. Boni biani.
Nana Pacho, you're frozen.
Your family, Nana Yabuansi.
Nana Yabuansi, Pacho, where you know Hanum?
Pacho, me your comfort. Pacho, oh, gonna be a moasi.
Nana, Pacho, how ben Amukumuhan?
How woman say? Mimi Dawona, Yankupon Bay, Diana Messu, Yaminia Dream said, Krumu Ayebina, and so a hochre, and so frabotam, and in Sua, Sabi, Dreamer Minayanu, or Mocham Sablewanfo, Chirewa, Ane Afrani, Menkoye, any Abbas. It's ye and me and Sumi and Sunny Namekoye, Sansunu, and Abbas Dianu, the Koya Kolakitua Cassetiami, Sir Yami Naminyansa, may and to order me forget about it. Bear me and Sunny dear, Mekoya Belwan for Bakua, Ewa Babia, honorable one. And I'm a Sabaya and I'm Sakoya Chirewaha. But a fee a bunch anymore. I know my good conclate. My good conclate. Honorable Cram Lam and Chester Bian and Nabuansi. Say, honorable what Juma will be any say. 7 prayers, a beer young cleany baby. But no man who side any be. I know conclate to them.
Nana has been given a bit of background of some spiritual impacts that he has been doing. In fact, he says that he's had dreams that there was going to be a water crisis here in the community, and so this is a little of some spiritual backgrounds that they've dealt with. So he says that spiritually it's having an impact on the community, and it's going to have an impact in the community in the years to come. Thank you very much, Nana. And still, let's try and then let's try and speak to some of the residents so to understand the whole thing. So, yes.
Just before you speak to your the next resident, just to get a bit of some context, does Wiamwase Town also have a dumping site? Because I'm interested in the fact that all the waste is washing down into the stream. Do they have a dumping site, or how do they manage their waste?
Okay. Right. So yes, basically, the people say that they have a dumping site which is located at the outskirts of the community. But when it rains, what happens is that because there are no proper drainage here in the community, and the road that leads to this place is also in a very bad state, what happens is that everything that is dumped in the dumping sites is actually still washed down into the stream. So this has been the challenge. There's a designated area for dumping of waste, but the challenge is that because there are no proper drainage, and because people, they have no control over what happens when it rains. When it rains, everything still washes down into the stream. So what they say, so in fact, they have no control over it. But said in Suya, Debe na usha ebetima ya ma hari ati.
Pacho sesi ahase de kase ye be ya bete ya yen yan kan kase e wo area ha de ye wo nipa be 2000 but yen timi nya ya ho odi ntimi nya sa adwuma e be ma kwan no nsuo no mu ate e kire sesi gisi ye nya machine e be nya so yeso ya ho odi ntimi de sesi ye pese kuro ya mo ase kuro e man ya memfa nse ye mpanimfo a wo mu di animu ya memfa nse ya mo ase hene ye wo despot ye wo nanankansa buadu ye wo ye frɛ penifo no bi bebree a wo mbetimi abɛboa yɛn ye srɛ wo ma mo de sɛ de yesi twa ba ya me yes de a wo mo abɛte wo mbehunu sɛ de emu sitie sesi so wo ma yɛ machine bi a me ameboa de me fi sɛ tana so ade ye ni nsuo bi a ye bɛsa no ha e kyerɛ sɛ ha sei asi Mpacho ye frame Akwasia Sumadu Elias Holy.
So Mr. Akwasia Sumadu in fact says that the only way they can actually help resolve this is to get machineries to help here dredge and construct the gutter here so that when the drains actually fall and drains are being constructed, it will be able to direct the rains so that it doesn't come into the stream for it to be used by the communities and the residents here. We still have some more residents here who are, in fact, going to tell us more of the challenges that they are having to deal with. Ma'am, Patrick Frozen.
Memunat Mohammed. Memunat Mohammed.
Memunat Mohammed. Patrick, what how many years?
Matina 15 years.
So Memunat Mohammed has been living here for the past 15 years. Hey, na unumu you.
Me Patrick, ni baby me fia na wo hwe. Hey, ya no so bia ni baby aka sanso we. So nya sese da na yewu eni baabia sansuo ti esre mpanimfo ani die mo maye nsuo ma nya sese de yewu kura biare ankwan se kodem kwan ba wa koda wo sese ya wo yare.
So Memuna too has also been drinking from this same source of water. They have no place to go. Everyone that we've spoken to so far explained that this is their only source and this is the major source of water they actually fetch from for their daily activities. There is nothing they actually can do about it. They are only telling authorities and appealing for authorities to help them construct and build something, in fact, for them. Now, you can see, this could even be a tourist site. Not just the river, but then, of course, a tourist site that actually can generate something to the coffers or to the economy. Ma'am, in Patrick Frosey.
The Medina.
I'm Medina. Patrick Apum to say. What's not how many years?
30 years. The Ben swim 30 years. Na the Esra ne say, yes, Recrum and penning for. O Mada or my Sada and Sayem. O Mumwae, Ninsuna say, and so Munasaya. Mi ben sweep and swim Nasana mi sheme. Sensuna talk not dear chia. Ube Hunuswaya no quasemini, a cacrema. na ohwa na wira ho pa sesi amene o ka se pampers nyina agum pure water a bottle so agum just say wunya baabia na wasenso yesu ni baabia kwasenso enti yesre omada woro mampanimfo no ommeboaye ni ye ni bi.
So Madam Madina has also been living here for the past 30 years, and this is the same water, this is the same source of water she drinks from. Now, Mami, me pese me tias here. What about na 30 years ni? 30 years ago, say na insurance yana.
Dabi na ye bo na wo mu nti na ba bi atwa mena nti ye de kora ena na esa. Korogin wo mu firi krom ena o ma besa bi. Ye bitimi ba ebedi aha no nan. Obi ebepe bi akonom. Ensuo de fita kama. Egubu a wa hu say yes ensuo ni. Enso mira kakra ni no. Wonom a woyam toda woyafuru be woro so saa na mafina ewo mu nti enipa ni ahoto e wa ha se yesu ye ni ba bia enum nsuo gisa pia wata ne ekoto ene yanom abra nsuo kama se e wa ha se nso mera kakra ni nsuo na se ti yada wo mo mada wo ma o mo meboaye na ye se de ye ho kyereye.
So 30 years ago, this was not the area, this is not the state of the water. She says that before this, it used to be a clean water and a clean source to take or to drink from. But as it stands, everything is being ruined. You can see everything you can think of when it comes to pollutants, rubbers, pampers, everything you can think of.
But right,
that is the state of the water here.
I was asking that you should have a conversation with them. For how long or when was the last time they embarked on a communal labor to desilt that water themselves? Because the assembly member said that it's been done in the past. But is there any arrangement that they can do it continuously so that they wouldn't have refuse in the only water they rely on?
Right. So, Papa, I'm going to say.
The frame opening paper.
A day katwa aha your teams we mu edabe.
Insurance started say ton. Your team wa insurance has here say ton susa no beba be fam wana say no. And you say there you need a you say betimi aba be ye ho adwuma. Ekopon say mo de abe.
So Openi says that they've actually been dredging this stream for some time, but that potty a day katwa potty mo teams we made abe.
About 2 months ni.
So 2 months, they dredged this stream about 2 months ago, and this has been the situation. Anytime it rains, he says that the stream is always polluted by the rainwater. Now, you bet me, and I say, bet me, abane say, and I say, bet me abane say, mo bet me atimu abrebia, ya adiwe besiziana.
Ansani entimi yani just a pebre. Enye pebre pa ni susu abere because susu na e beri nyina no etwi befa nsuo no mutinya dia ye betimi aye hu bibia ma na yi.
So Openi says that in fact they can do it, but only time when they can do that frequently can be or will be in the dry season, because in the rainy season, when usually almost all the time it's raining, and so it's very difficult to keep this place clean. He says that the only moments they can frequently dredge this place would only be in the dry season. Talk of this rainy season, it's very difficult to predict the raining patterns, and so it's very difficult to come here almost every time to dredge the area. Eja manya nti yese ya tunsuo wa ha boreholes wa ha.
Boreholes now work no ene dia area amwaseman ede na say ye usual ba say no ebe firi benfie mi no nsuo no e ho ha na ba e ho ha na twa e na bi ho ha e ba ba bi ma eti ama ho kire abakuro we mu sa abre ye nsuo yi a gina mu chesi ya no sa nsuo we na bi amwaseman nyina no yesa na obaba ku din ka be kasai kasa obe kasai no no se pampers ni ade no pampers na e ba ha no efiri amwase ye land because they say nsuo we ye e ba betwi famu no e kowi amwase krum.
So Openi says that there's actually a mechanized borehole that actually supplies the entire community. But what happens is that for 2 years now, there's been intermittent flow of water into their homes. So this is the major, and this is the only water, or this is the only stream source of water that actually helps them to do or to go about their daily activities in the community. In fact, he says that it also supplies almost the entire community, the Wiamuasi township. This is only a part of the township, that is the Wiamuasi township. But then he says that it also sometimes supplies the entire community, especially when the mechanized borehole is not functioning. Now, can we be far?
Nsuo no was ma meka no. Nsuo no kopie kurom. Na kuro no nsuo no kopie ni tiri. E na manfo nyina gu bola. Pampers enmu niema nyina nsuo no mu ne yatuguo. Senti nsuo no to a na de aba. Ha sei because we are more any templar land e bia egu bola. Ye ni ba bia nti obia ma bola so a ade bia be ma bia no ayi nyoba no de abegu nsu tuso mu. Na nsu so ano e de aba. Etina ye problem no. Ye ni templar land bia beto bola egu. Ni nyina tugu nsuom e na nsuo no de abaya na afo.
So Openi now tells me that in fact they have no dedicated area for dumping of refuse. That is very sad to hear, that there is no dedicated land for dumping of refuse. And so what he says is that they dump refuse indiscriminately here. And when they dump it, then when it rains, it washes down into the stream. And so it's one of the biggest challenges that we are having to deal with. No proper dumping of refuse, no dedicated area to dump their refuse in the community. Mami, what are you saying? Sister Ma, but what na be mfie say ni?
Oh, matana ache. Aha na me ho me manyina. First na nsuo. Na me ntina ya brimpo nsuo pa, obi a be se bi mu firi krom be sa panimfo me ron de na afran na omo no. They said the nsuo na ya ne bra, yentimi fa nwale, yentimi fa nya hwe, oba kwa wo fie. Da bia piota ya di dwala kwala no. Yenya bi nom, this da bia top piota ya ne anom. Enti yesre wi amasofo mpanimfo se wo mu hu ya mobbo. Woman cabin chill more, woman some will be no mere quen, and living there free quan or enion. So sorry free srobe gunsu musa and craba. None was a man craba no matiatum. So I just fast and crano, home, but Mooney had no it is strong mala. So many dear, see a strong one by a pomcho. Or means to her come and said, you pa you.
So she's been living here all her life. In fact, she has kids. Everything that she's done here, this has been her life. This has been her town. This has been her village. Everything that goes on here, that surrounds her life, it's been here. This is the only source of water that she's had to rely on since, she was born, since living here. And this has been the daily challenges that they are having to deal with, or she has to deal with, going about every time. And she explains that sometimes too, when the children come around and they stand on the wall, on the bank of the water, sometimes they kind of slip, and if you don't care is not taken, and they're not taken from the water, then of course the unspeakable will happen. So these are the challenges that the people here in the Wiamuasi town also are telling us. It's that of sickening. You cannot describe it. It's a sad moment for the people of the Wiamuasi town also, who the only source of water they have to rely on is the Afrani stream. So this is the state, and people, they are saying that authorities, the government, and everyone who can help should come and help. Now the camera is going around. Now, the rubbish that you can see, it's that of bad. I'm even short for words. All you can see is just non-biodegradable materials, pollutants. Now you can see that's a Pampers here. That's a sanitary pad there. And so it's one of an eyesore. So clearly, people are saying, the residents here are saying that every drop they drink comes at a risk. They have nowhere to go, and this is the only source of water that they have to deal, and that is where they have to drink from. They are only calling for authorities. They are calling for benevolent people to come and help, either to guard this place or provide an alternative source of water drinking for them. Philip.
Well, Bright, thank you so much for your time and for going to Yamase Tanoso to bring us that report. That is a very damning one. The residents have spoken. They sharing it with animals, and also it looks like they are also partially to blame, because you can only say partially or fully to blame. Fully to blame.
Look, I'm not even going to mind my words or massage this thing.
They are dumping refuse in there. But then again, they're also arguing that the refuse is not coming from the Yamwase Tanosu area, but it's coming from Yamwase proper.
So
I'm sure it's two demarcations.
You know, that was why I asked Bright early on that what is the state of waste disposal, or how do they manage their waste products? And he thought, or he mentioned that they have a dumping site, but a resident came to actually clarify that they have no dumping site, and instead they dump refuse all over the place and anywhere they can find, which I think is a big problem, because if there's, an assembly member in the area or other authorities in the area and they are watching the residents dump refuse all over the place, knowing very well that at the end of the day, you are the same people going to suffer the rippling effects of polluting your environment. You thought, oh, it's raining, let me just throw the small refuse I've gathered from my kitchen or something into the rain. Then it goes back into the very water body that serves you for domestic purposes, or even more so, you drink the same water, or you drink from the same water. I mean, we saw in one of the videos where a child just used a bucket to scoop some of the water and drank.
Yes, and this is very concerning. Well, from what they have stated, that means a lot of things must be done.
A lot.
The boreholes that must be dug, or getting them boreholes, also getting them places to dump the refuse. Because even if this is the only source of water, there should be a way it can be cordoned off, or it can be fenced, that you wouldn't have refuse going in there. Or if even they take out the water, it should be treated, because mind you, people are battling with typhoid, people are battling with diseases or illnesses that would come out as a result of this water. But if for a very long time it's not dealt with, what becomes of the people? And I always say that people will move from the big cities with a mindset of going to places like this to help them by way of being a teacher, by way of being a nurse, by way of being a police officer, just to go there and render your service. But if you get to this area and you don't have potable water, or you don't have safe drinking water, how do you operate?
You may be discouraged, you know.
How do you operate?
This thing needs to be looked at, and there needs to be some sort of serious sensitization and education. I'll just assume that the people do not know that they are being their own cause of their problems. So if the assembly member, as well as other well-to-do people, or other a bit more learned people can help educate them to understand the consequences of their own actions, which is affecting them. And my concern is even the kids, you know, the kids.
School-going kids, and they're supposed to drink this water. You can see on your screen that's very sickening, like Bright Yebwa stated, and dumping refuse in there. I don't know how they are going to treat this water. I just don't know how you're going to treat this water and use. And for us here, we are definitely telling the story to empower the change that is needed. And we are just hoping that the various authorities will immediately address the concern. We understand that the Member of Parliament for the area, Mavis Nkansa Boedu, well, we've tried to get her raise her on phone to have a conversation with her and find out what exactly is being done for the residents of Yamwase Tanoso, but to no avail. And also, the report, or Bright made mention of some prominent people coming out from this place. So the prominent people, if you are watching, or someone will just give you a phone call and tell you that this is what we are discussing, you would want to attend to it. You can see on your screen, that's the cattle. Cows, they're drinking the same water that human being is drinking and scooping. And this is, if I keep saying this, the native will say that, why am I making a reference that this is in a region that it should be more developed? Because this is in the Ashanti region. It's not like it's in a region that from our studies do have water challenges like regions up north. But this is in the middle belt of the country, and such a thing must really be dealt with immediately. Maybe you are calling on the on the regional minister, Dr. Frank Amwakohine, who is a medical doctor. You would want to go to this area and embark on some medical screening and find ways and means to give these residents potable water. This is what we want from the government. This is what we are paying the taxes for. You say that they are also to blame, partially agreed, but the buck still stops with leadership.
It does. But again, in the interim, while they are waiting for help to come their way, they should do the right thing. They should do the needful. They should stop the indiscriminate dumping of refuse because it is costing them.
The indiscriminate dumping of refuse, agreed. But anytime it rains, you know the rain also will pull refuse from one location to the other.
If you are doing your part and you know that I am doing my part of the bagging or I'm doing what is right, and things like this happen, everybody would speak for you. But you're doing the wrong thing and then it's having a rippling effect on you, and you're now calling on governments to come and do what? To distill the gutters for you?
Maybe if there is a way to give them more boreholes, there is a way for this to be checked. Probably they would be having good, safe drinking water. Because my concern is safe drinking water, which is in the SDG 6. And with safe drinking water, you can't go wrong with it. Everyone is entitled to potable water, safe drinking water. So if you are in a country and you're not getting the needed or the basic
I would have loved
things,
to ask
I don't
Bright
think it's
about
appropriate.
what the stance of the Ghana Water Company Limited is and why maybe they do not have that service or a potable drinking water from the Ghana Water Company Limited in that area. If I don't know what the challenges are possibly, but maybe we'll look at that.
The Ghana Water Company Limited is even battling with its own issues in Greater Accra, in the Ashanti region,
well, but at
in
least
the big cities.
if they are there and they're able to store water for some time, you know that, I'm getting access to water from GWCL and I can store some water for usage until the next time when the tap flows. Even here in Accra, we do not have our tap running all the time. So you store water by way of having them in polytanks, barrels and whatnot. So you depend on that until when next the tap is flowing. But I mean, this has to be looked at very, very well. And then we hope that some sort of help comes your way, the people of Yamoase Town or so. And I mean, this is very, very disheartening and sad.
For me, I think some action should be taken immediately, because if they say that they've been staying with this water for a very long time, we shouldn't wait in the near future where we have outbreak in the area and you now rush to the area to go and solve the problem, because once this has come to the limelight, it's demanding a solution, and the solution is not in the future, it is now. I'm just praying that maybe the authorities that are watching. Maybe they have written to them it's on their table that an action has to be taken, but it has to be ASAP. It has to be as soon as possible, because if it's not done immediately, like you stated, the children there, what becomes of them? What becomes of people who have gone there to also render their services? I'm even bothered about teachers and nurses and doctors and the health workers who go there to render their services.
And you know,
I wouldn't go there.
You know the sad thing about these things, most times when you don't have any option and this is what you have no other option than to deal with it. In this case, they don't have any other option. There's no source of borehole or even well, a dug up well. So this is all that they have. And look at the state of water residents are drinking from. It's terrible.
And it's packed with filth. Packed with filth. And you'll have to use the same water drink.
Aside from that, it will breed mosquitoes, you know.
Exactly.
The stagnant water with the filth will breed mosquitoes.
And this is just eyesore. This is just a difficult situation. We've tried to get all the authorities that be to have a conversation with them, so that at least we'll find the solution to this problem. But you can also join us with your thought submissions and comment via WhatsApp line 0204447033. We are telling your story on this network, Channel 1 TV on Breakfast Daily, so we can empower the change that is needed. We'll be back with more.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Moria Piki, Piki.
Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
Welcome back. We are still live on Breakfast Daily, and this morning we've been talking about water issues in Glumpe as well as Wiamwase Tanoso, where residents have to battle it out. I don't know if I should call it survival of the fittest.
Survival, the one who will take much water, whether the animal or the human beings.
Animals when it comes to safe potable drinking water. But this morning we've been joined on the phone by
Yao Ataahin, who is wash technical specialist with World Vision Ghana and also former chairman of the coalition of NGOs in water and sanitation, Koniwat. Hello, sir. Good morning. Good morning, sir. I trust you're doing well.
Good morning. I'm good, and you?
I'm doing good. When we talk about water coverage in this country, per your expertise and what you have done, how does it look like? Or tell us something about it concerning what is what pertains in this country.
Sure. Thank you very much. And let me say good morning to your cherished viewers. First of all, when it comes to the delivery of safe drinking water, I think that as a country, we have not performed badly at all. We've done quite well. And it's also because we have invested compared to sectors or subsectors like sanitation. We have invested quite well in delivering safe drinking water. Development partners, NGOs, and other corporate organizations have also invested. And so when it comes to access to safe drinking water, the Ghana Statistical Service in their Population and Housing Census 2021 puts us at 87.7. That is basic access. And when I say basic access, it means that you can use 30 minutes for a round trip to fetch water from the source to your home. And so to that extent, it's not too bad when you compare us to our peers on the continent. We are doing quite well. However, they say that the devil is in the details. And so if you see 87.7, some areas have 97 point something. In fact, Greater Accra has over 97.4%, whilst Northeast has just about 54%. So the disparity is there. And in some places, you don't even have up to 40%. And so that kind of disparity has to be addressed. But if you take it overall, we are doing well. However, in terms of water quality also, the same Ghana Statistical Service in their 2018 report, the Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey, says that 5 out of 10 point sources, when I say point sources, where people go to fetch, either it's a borehole or a standpipe, 5 out of 10 of such water facilities is contaminated with E. coli. E. coli is simply fecal contamination. It means that feces have gone into the water. And that's also because of our high open defecation rate. And then when it comes to the household water, 8 out of 10 household water is also contaminated with E. coli, fecal contamination. And so, yes, when it comes to the statistics, we are doing well, but there are issues that we need to address.
So it means
that in summary, that's how I'll put Ghana's safe drinking water situation.
It means that there are communities within the country that are battling with safe drinking water. For instance, we know of Gulumpe and Yamwasi as we have on our screens now.
Yes.
But which other communities have you visited as a specialist to identify that they are battling with safe drinking water?
In fact, it's a very difficult one because of the work we do, we have so many communities that I may not be able to mention, offhand, but one that really caught my attention would be Brumani. Brumani is in the Tolon district. And even as World Vision Ghana, we have tried over 21 times to be able to hit clean water for them. But we have not succeeded because of the terrain, because of the nature of the geology. It's very difficult to be able to get water for them because of the nature of the terrain. But we still continue and we are hopeful that we'll be able to. But there are several other communities across the country, several of them. And because they don't have access, and we have also not succeeded in getting clean water for them, we have even deployed what we call the Procter & Gamble purification sachet, which treats water at least 99.9%, very effective, so that in the meantime they can use it. But your video is not surprising to me at all. It's common in the areas where we work, especially in the rural areas, where people struggle with cattle. And it's real. It's not like a story that you have made up. People struggle with cattle and other animals for water that is collected in the pond, so they can go and treat. Sometimes they don't even treat it and they drink it. And that is why we are surprised that as a country, we haven't had our priorities right. Remember that when the cholera outbreak broke out recently, government deployed vaccines, people going around to conduct vaccination. And it's expensive. When we can use a fraction of that amount to ensure that everybody everywhere has access to safe drinking water. And many of the diseases that take people to hospitals are water related, sanitation related. And we can get rid of it and use the money for other developmental activities. And so we keep, appealing to government to prioritize the delivery of safe drinking water, because it is both an enabler and a catalyst for growth and socio-economic development. If you don't get that right, there's nothing that you can get right in terms of all the sustainable development goals.
Right. Mr. Ahen, speaking of sustainable development goals, the goal 6 says we have to ensure access to clean and safe drinking water, which is supposed to be achievable by 2030. Are we making any headway?
Yes, in terms of safe drinking water, the statistics, we are making headway. If we are able to invest a lot more and prioritize that sector, then we will be able to achieve it. Of course, when it comes to sanitation, we are nowhere near. So that one, there's no way we can achieve. Even if we get all the money between now and 2030, it's virtually impossible. But for water, if we invest this money in there, we prioritize, we monitor, we ensure that we deploy alternative safe drinking water delivery methods, we should be able to, if not achieve it, we'll be very close to achieving it, because this one is for everybody everywhere. You don't leave anybody behind. Unlike the MDGs where you have 50%, you have it. This one is 100%.
So before you go, for the interim, what do you think that should be done for residents of Yamwase, Tanoso, Gulumpe, and other communities that are sharing water with cattle or animals?
So first of all, in the interim, I think they need to treat the water they drink. And I will take notice of it and see how we can at least push for support for such communities. Apart from that, we need to also bring this quickly to the attention of government and mobilize resources to be able to at least come to their aid. That terrain, I'm not sure, is too difficult. And I'm sure when we attempt to drill, we'll be able to hit water. So maybe after the conversation, we will talk to you, get their details, and see how we can mobilize support for communities like that. In the meantime, we can also see how we can deploy some of the Procter and Gamble purification sachet for such communities in need. Otherwise, we are in for trouble, because the more you consume contaminated water, the more you are subjected to, diseases and all kinds of infections.
Beautiful.
But I want to take this opportunity to also thank you so much for always putting such issues on the front burner. Issues of water and sanitation are health threatening, and they are so fundamental. And I'm happy that you always take time to prioritize these issues. And so thank you very much, Channel 1 TV and also City FM. You are doing a fantastic job, and we appreciate it. Thank
you so much, sir. We are grateful for the hype, and we hope that you definitely go to the area and also resolve the issue. That is World Vision Ghana. That is, we spoke to Yao Atta Ahen, who is WASH, that is a water and sanitation technical specialist with World Vision Ghana, and also former chairman for the coalition of NGOs in water and sanitation, CONIWAX. I think we are getting some good news from them, that they are going to take note, go to Yamwase Tanoso, and also would go to Gulumpe. Yes, TV get results, Channel 1 get results, and all the updates concerning that, we will definitely be bringing it to you. That's why we keep telling you that share your stories with us, and we will ensure that we will empower the change that is needed. If you don't share your stories with us, you will definitely not get so if you are not telling your area, we are definitely not going to give you the solution. So that is what is coming from Yao Atta Ahen. Grateful that they are at least going to give you some attention there.
Right, Philip, I love the feedback from Yao Atta Ahen. So we are looking forward to some good news and then some relief finally when it is done for the people of Yamwase and Gulumpe. So as you're watching us, share with us your story. You can do that via the WhatsApp number on your screens, 020-444-7033, or log on to any of our social media platforms and then drop us a DM, go into our DMs and then send us your story, and we'll make sure that we bring it out to life highlight for some help to come your way as well. Thank you all who joined us this morning on bringing you some developments in a community near you. We are going to take our entertainment highlights for the morning. When we come back, the show continues. Do stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komete Kome. Now let's jump into our first highlight. Jury selection has begun in the federal trial of Sean Diddy Combs, who faces charges including sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. Held since September 2024, Combs has pleaded not guilty and could face life in prison if convicted. Potential jurors are being screened on sensitive topics such as drug use, intimate partner violence, and views on hip-hop to ensure impartiality. Opening statements are scheduled for 12 May in what is shaping up to be one of the most closely watched celebrity trials in recent years. Now to our next highlight. Beyonce has removed a visual segment from her Cowboy Carter tour after receiving a cease and desist from the Las Vegas Sphere's owners, who cited unauthorized use of the venue's likeness. The visuals showed a digital Beyonce interacting with the Sphere, sparking residency rumors. Talks between her team and the venue reportedly fell through due to creative differences. The tour will now end at Allegiant Stadium, not the Sphere, underscoring ongoing tensions between artistic freedom and trademark rights in the digital age. Now to our next highlight. Nigerian Afrobeat star Ira Star has earned a platinum certification in the UK for her 2022 hit single Rush, marking over 600,000 units sold, according to the British phonographic industry. The track, which rose to fame through TikTok and streaming platforms, has solidified her place on the global music scene. This milestone makes Ira one of the few Nigerian female artists to achieve such recognition in the UK, reflecting the international growth of Afrobeat. Maven Records celebrated this achievement with a congratulatory message. Now to our next highlight. Businessman Ibrahim Mahama is arranging overseas medical treatment for Susie Pinaman, a Form 2 student injured by a stray bullet during a school altercation. Doctors say Susie may need multiple eye surgeries despite initial positive tests. Plans are underway to fly her to India or the UK for further care. Mahama's aide praised the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for expediting her travel documents, with a final medical report expected soon to guide the next steps. Now let's check out Channel 1 TV's Top 10 Countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Number 10. Now give me composure. What money can do, more money can do. Hey, now your papa money. Number 9.
Mame ya with G kakra minienti me mani na
huwa brati me hune sami wano me gabi ni menye sicha na kabano.
Number 8. Number 7.
Excellent, 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 excellent. You go put me for emergency.
Number 6.
It's too late. You lost a good one. My obedience.
Number 5.
Baby, my taste. Got a bomb bomb, baby, my grace. Look at that face. Look at that bomb bomb. Look at that waist. What a bomb bomb, baby, my taste.
Number 4.
I need some help. Put my head on fire, can't cool.
Number 3.
Another love and lost on this side. She was an angel, more than an angel. I know go on you, even knows the girl I did tell you. But spoon some holding, so she's
Number 2.
Take it to the max. Take it to the max. Please just rewind. Let me take it to the max.
Caribbean girl, me know for tick, me know for top. Yeah, man, I watch my body like say they ma watch a match. Yeah, anything is
Number 1.
That I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. If you see the light, remember that I was with you when you.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
And this is how we end today's entertainment highlights on Breakfast Daily. For more entertainment news like this, visit GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. My name is Ni Komete Kome.
Right, so that was our entertainment highlights for the morning, filed by our very own Ni Komete Kome. Philip, all too soon the show has come to an end, and we are saying our goodbyes to you this morning.
But I'm excited today.
Yes, because
I'm a happy man. At least you've got an instant
response
to a particular issue.
Yes. So we'll be looking forward to progress on that, and then we'll bring you all the updates when we have them. But thank you for joining us on this morning edition of Breakfast Daily. It's been an absolute pleasure doing this morning with you. We'll come your way again same time tomorrow from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. So do stay with us. If you've not written your scripture for your mama as well, please start penning that down now and send it to the WhatsApp number before Friday. My name is Jifa Kedi Akoto.
My name is Philip Ni Latte. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boko has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving it, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
Good evening and you're welcome. So welcome to the Friends and Family Show on Channel One TV. We're coming to you live from our studios at 5 Ola Hansen Lane in Tesano. My name is Noyo Kwote. Tonight, on this show, we get very emotional. We get very excited. We show all the emotions. We laugh, we cry, and we say everything that we have to say. Everything that has to be said for that matter. My name is Noyo Kwote. Tonight we're going to have wonderful conversations, and I want for you to take a seat and let's take a ride.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity.
You're welcome back to the Friends and Family Show on Channel One TV. We're coming to you live from our studio at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane in Tesano. One more time, my name is Noyo Kwote. I'm going to be your host that's bringing you all the juice and all the conversations that we're going to have tonight. Tonight, we're talking about something very important, something that really needs to be spoken about. And whether you're in a relationship or probably in marriage, you definitely would have to talk about this. We're talking about managing money in marriage. Yes, I know. Sometimes you do some small, quick shopping. You come back home and you're like, did I do too much? Or probably like, I'm actually affecting my partner in this marriage. But then we need to talk about it. So you know what to do, what not to do. Probably you just take some 2-3 points from us that's going to help you in managing your finances in marriage. So tonight I have in the studio Victor Elamoga. You're very welcome back to the studio.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like having you here.
Thank you.
And then we have Carly Metal Tutu, actually. You look beautiful tonight. We have Doris Ahiati also in the studio tonight. You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Very, very welcome. So we're talking about managing money in marriage. This is actually something that we really need to talk about. Having that joint account. Do you actually talk about money at the very beginning of the marriage or along the way? Do you talk about your finances, put all your, your baggage and everything on the table? Like, I'm coming loaded. I'm coming, financially dipped. I'm coming, chale. There's boys say that, so just like the way the girls are going in for the, well-to-do guys or the rich guys already. We don't want any broke girl. Yeah. We are not going with any broke girl. You think that you should lay all your financial details on the table before marriage or when it's going on?
Yeah. Thank you. Marriage is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big deal. And actually depends on the orientation each partner is coming from. Because some people date for up to like 6 years, 7 years before they get married.
Mm-hmm.
Other people 2 months, 3 months, they enter into marriage. Some people too from childhood. So depend, but I subscribe to the openness. That when you are getting married, you have to be open to each other.
Mm-hmm.
You trust each other. That's why you are getting into this relationship. So I subscribe to you laying down everything on the table for your partner to see, your partner to doing the same thing. Other people too come from relationship where, their parents advise them on responsibilities, that you're the man of the house, you take care of the bills, and you make sure that the family is safe. So in that case, they make sure they do what they have to do. The woman's money is hers, the man's money is...
I like that one. Please say it again. No, is it that you are agreeing to that statement, or is an example? Yeah.
So personally, my own is mixed. In that kind of, when it comes to my responsibility, I do it irrespective of it. But we had to sit down, when it got to that, we had to sit down, and every beginning of every year, we sit down and we look at what we want to do as a couple together, what we want to achieve.
Right.
And that way we can, make a budget for it. But actually, it depends. It depends on the upbringing, it depends on what the couple wants. If you are a typical Ghanaian man and you've been, your family has spoken to, you're a man, so you have to make sure that the home is good. I mean, that's what we are all used to. My father told me the same thing. You're the man, make sure that the house is in order. If anything, it's not the woman's responsibility to, do that. So that is where such kind of responsibility on a man comes from.
Okay.
But ideally, if the woman is working and you lay everything on the table, then two words are better than one.
Hey. Anyway, Doris, you'd want to add to that? You think we should put everything on the table in the beginning?
So I first want to come from, and thank you for having me on the show. It's
You're
my
welcome.
first time on this particular show. Transparency helps. And when you were giving the intro, my mind went back to a couple that I counsel pre-marriage. And I had them open up to each other, and then they had to draw a budget. So they had to each, the man was living alone, so he had to share how he's currently been spending his income. And then the wife-to-be, who was living with the parents, also had to itemize her monthly needs for her upkeep so that they can check whether their incomes will be enough. And then the initial plans they had for life as well, how are they going to be able to save towards it? So I believe, and I didn't do that when I was getting married, maybe because I didn't get somebody to hold my hand through it, but it's something we do now. We did talk about our finances. We didn't do a budget together. We didn't show our expenses. I think it's helpful for you to be transparent upfront. Having said that, I believe also that there may be different circumstances and reasons that make sense for it to not have happened, such that you may not have disclosed for whatever reason. For example, I'm aware of super wealthy people who are afraid there might be adverse selection when it comes to their spouse.
Right.
So they may play, and so under circumstances like that, and maybe other creative circumstances we can come up with, it may be prudent. So I think, like Victor, it depends. But I would prefer that we open up about it.
Beautiful. Kale, you?
I think I totally agree with both of them that transparency from the beginning is very key. And I think that when you are good friends, you literally open up about everything. When you're in school growing up, like maybe Ama and then Ajwa, when you buy something, oh, my mommy has bought this new ribbon for me, I have this new shoe, you open up about things without even thinking twice. So when you are even dating prior to marriage, you should be able to open up, oh, Charlie, my salary has come, oh, I'm expecting this bonus, this 13th month.
Hey, don't go there.
Hey, you open up about your bonus. I mean, I think there's some spontaneity about it. Like you open up without even thinking about it, because it's a genuine friendship you are building. Before I got married, my husband could give me his ATM. Oh, go and withdraw this amount of money, use it for this, or send me this money, do this, errands. Yes, and through that, I knew what he had or what he did not have. And so I think that friendship brings about openness. So if you are truly, truly, in love, you are good friends, things come up naturally.
It's not about the friendship or the in love matter. My money is my money, my darling. It gets to a point that you really want to, for women, I don't know generally, but some people I know and myself, then more 5, so I'm also 10. But meanwhile, I can afford that 15.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you always
what I'm
tell
going
us
to
that
buy,
spending a man's money is different.
It's sweet.
It's
Why are spending somebody else's money sweet? No, it's true. When you're spending somebody else's money, you don't put any ruler on it.
Yeah.
But when it's yours,
Yeah.
there's a measure. You know that, like, I have 20 and it's going to last me for a week. So I need to do 2 or 3 or 5. But when it's somebody else's money, they say, 2 good, so, it's somebody's money. So, you get what I'm saying? The spending alone, you can even buy a Lamborghini.
But I think it's also how we are engineered as women.
Right.
I mean, from the onset, from the days of the Garden of Eden, I think God said that Adam would have to labor and toil and till the land.
Amen.
You see, so naturally it's in our being, we expect that the men will take up the responsibility. And even the men, it's also within them. They know that naturally that is how they were made, or that's how they've been engineered to take care of things. Their ego plays out a lot when it comes to these things.
Yeah.
It's true, you agree.
I have friends when the home is not well, like financially, Charlie, they can't. I mean, personally, if things are not running, you can't even sleep. You feel like pressure to do something, provide. I mean, you are the man. So, I mean,
I think we need to make room for men who don't feel like that, or women who don't feel like that.
When the things are not going right, they don't feel pressure.
So, there is the nurturing which might make some women feel like it's sweeter, it's nicer for somebody to spend on me. And depending on how a girl has been nurtured, they may actually grow up with a certain level of independence such that they are more forthcoming to support you, to lend help. And there are a few women that may actually feel offended if they are not given the chance to economically care for themselves. So I'm just placing it on the table that we shouldn't exclude these people who are like this. And I'm sure there are some men that don't want also to spend. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong.
That's why there's the word "mysa" in the dictionary. They're there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So they are there. And we might have to try to understand what makes them make these choices so that we know how to work with them. If we live with these people, we shouldn't just ostracize them because you're a woman and you won't let me spoil you, or I'm the man and I don't want to shoulder everything. We should get to the bottom of what makes them behave this way.
Okay, so now let's talk about some financial mistakes that couples make or couples do. Where you get into a marriage, are you rushing to do a very, very extravagant wedding, or waste a lot of money on? Well, if I say waste, it's actually relative. What I would think is a waste won't be you.
Yeah.
I would probably want a very simple wedding. You would want a very flamboyant wedding. But then let's talk about the mistakes that we make as couples, financial mistakes.
Okay, so I mean, you brought up
the
wedding. So let me start from there. I mean, so as we've all agreed that we should be open to each other, when we are about to have our weddings, we should lay everything on the table as couple. What do you want? What kind of wedding do you want? You want the extravagant type? Okay, I want the simple type. Then you list them at the wedding. We do this, we do that, we do that. So you look at what you can compromise, all right? Then, you meet each other halfway. Because personally for me, it's advisable to spend less on the wedding and have a good footing financially at the start of the marriage.
Right.
I know people who borrow to do weddings. Like personally, I know. I know people who borrow to do weddings, and after the wedding, vendors are on their neck for their money. They were thinking people will come and give them gifts. So that, people bang their hopes on that. And at the end of the day,
receiving money.
Yes, gift. They invite a lot of prominent people, and people end up not showing up for the wedding, and the gift doesn't come. So then, they use that to plan with their vendors and all of that to do those extravagant weddings. And at the end of the day, then they start the wedding, the marriage on the wrong note. I mean, it's not a good feeling that you start a marriage in debt. I mean, some people too, the cash is there. I mean, so that's why I always tell couples to look at themselves, not copy what is on social media. You know, sometimes you see people extravagant wedding. Meanwhile, their father-in-law is sponsoring it.
Right. When you're done, he's not going to continue.
They're not coming right down to social media for you. You only see
even
pictures.
That, after the wedding, I don't think your father-in-law is going to sponsor the whole.
They are not going to sponsor the. But I mean, the ceremony itself
was sponsored.
There are some families that they come up to, you know, to help. Yeah. So, for example, if my junior brother is married, I give him some, oh, let me take care of this for you. Okay. You know, there are some families like that. So before I realize, they've taken about 80% of the whole thing. Beautiful ceremony. But you don't have that. And you watch their pictures on social media that you would want to copy. Then you start the marriage on a wrong note, Charlie. You wouldn't want, last time it came on social media all over, vendor, chasing the person for the money. He's not coming. After a year, he just posted the wedding pictures. This couple are owing me. They are not picking up. You wouldn't want to be in that condition.
Exactly.
So I mean, you have to lay everything down on the table. Do what works best for you. There was a trending issue. Prophet Gideon also married with 600 cities.
Yeah.
Yes, it's fine.
What did he use as 600 cities?
I mean, there's a ceremony, a signing ceremony. So he bought Fanta.
Oh, right. Because I heard him announcing there's no reception.
No reception. I mean, just buy Fanta and go to your house. 600 cities, they're done.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So.
And some people were saying this is a disgrace to womanhood.
Why?
Because he chose to do that and announced it, that he just used 600 cities on his wife. But
I don't think that is their totality will be 600 cities, but maybe the rings are like 15K or something.
Perhaps.
Is it a ceremony? Just a signing ceremony?
I think a lot of self-esteem issues come into the picture when we talk about scenarios like this, where you think your sense of self-worth is in the kind of wedding that you have, or that is in the kind of dress you have put on, and you don't have that self-esteem for who you are, accepting yourself to be good enough, then we create this kind of superficial and fake lifestyle, hoping that will validate us. But it never does. It doesn't give the satisfaction. I hear Victor on couples making the marriage ceremony the event as what the marriage really is. But you see, there's a difference between the event and the marriage itself. So I think the mistake he's talking about is prioritizing the event or mistakenly equating it to the marriage. But the marriage is really your life together after the event. And it's important that it's smooth, harmonious, comfortable, memorable for both of you, you know. If I will add one mistake that comes to mind when we talk about couples, I think it is placing money in the bank account as more important than character.
Please say that again.
Overemphasizing money balances in the bank account or money that we know that people have over their character. Because there are some people you get married to today who may not have much, but their character is such that DDEP or no DDEP, they are going to progress financially. And you can marry someone today without character, who has a lot of money, has lots of businesses, they may have inherited, they may have fallen into some economic windfalls with their businesses. But if the character is not there and a DDEP comes and they collapse, they might not be able to rise again because character is not there. There's the sustainability piece. So this person is using some dubious means to generate all the wealth that you see, and you haven't paid attention to their character. Sika or Beshemi, that's all that matters.
You haven't heard the song. I want to be crying in a Bentley. You're like Jairo Matthias with some $100 bills. You're like that's why I want to cry inside Bentley. I beg you.
So you can have that situation and then they are found out. Recently, we've heard of instances, bank accounts get frozen, and then what? The money is all gone. So I think it's important that we don't make the mistake of focusing on how much money do you have. Ladies, we like to check that, and now I'm learning the guys are also doing it. How much money has the lady?
What do you bring to the
Focus
table,
on the
baby?
character. Focus on what they bring to the table, character-wise, skills that has the capacity to be monetized. I think those are more important. Their values in life. I think these are mistakes that.
So now let's look at this. Do you think it's okay to lend your partner money, or you think it's a recipe for extreme disaster like tsunami? Should you lend your partner money? Is it okay to lend or you think that if it can't do my day, forget that? Because women actually sometimes do that. There's this conversation about it.
Yeah.
That when you give a woman money, don't go and ask because we don't go pay. We'll pay you. But you think it's okay for you to lend your partner money, or the word itself shouldn't be there? Like, I should use the money, say that I'm actually helping or supporting, rather than lending you and expecting that you're going to pay me back.
Yeah. So I think lending should be used in that.
That means you collect the money.
Yeah,
back.
I'll take it. Why not? It depends. So it depends on what you are using the money for.
Okay.
All right. So for now, if it's schooling that you want to do, I don't mind sponsoring. All right. But for now, in some homes, they have joint accounts for the family. Like husband and wife create joint accounts. That's every month they contribute money into it based on their earning potential. Probably the man does more, woman contributes in. Then they have a budget, as a counselor said. There's a budget. There are families that have budgets. Right, so you going ahead of the budget, to need some extra money for other things. Ask your man, do I need to buy this? I can get it to you at the end of the month. Why not?
Hey.
I've done it before.
No. You do it and then you return.
I can't add time.
Oh no, but you take the money, then you tell us, I'll bring it at the end of the month, or maybe 6 months time,
I'll
or
bring
something.
it back.
I'll bring it back. That's fine.
Until
I won't
I
ask you.
get it.
For me, when you take it, I don't. Personally, I won't ask, but it has not gotten to that level before with me. Okay. But personally, I won't ask. You get it, yeah. But when you borrow,
but you get it back. Sorry for that day.
Well, yeah, sometimes she brings it back. But when you borrow, you pay. When you borrow money, you have to pay.
With interest or without interest?
Thank you. I was going to that. With interest.
Without interest.
Or you take it just the way you gave it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
wonderful.
When we learn from you, don't.
We don't have something to lend you.
I think it depends on the terms.
Yeah.
If you say this is a loan, then we should treat it as a loan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Forgive me, I'm coming from the finance background. Mm-hmm. My first role in the industry was credit officer. And in my first year of marriage, I actually gave a loan to my husband. Documented.
Thank you.
With a witness.
Mm-hmm. Signed.
His sister.
Stamped.
It wasn't stamped, but it was signed. So there were some people, my husband is very big when it comes to church. I'm also trying to be big, but I think his heart is way bigger. So there was a family that he wanted to create employment for. This was how he came by the loan. And he didn't ask for it, I offered it. He was going to go to a bank to take a loan for a micro lending business so that this person said that they could run a business like that. And I said, no, being a credit officer, I won't have you take a bank loan. Mm-hmm. If the business doesn't do well, we would have to be paying interest in addition to whatever we took. So in that case, I would give you a loan so that if anything happens, at least we are not saddled with that interest burden. And it did happen, where the person says that the people that had taken the loan had mishaps in their businesses, somewhere in building structures that collapsed, etc. So we got nothing back. Yes. And I was happy that I had stepped in to give the loan. I don't know how his family may have taken this at. It was in our first year of marriage.
Wow.
But I wanted them to understand that this is, I'm a very transparent person, and I want you to understand what is going on here so that tomorrow you may not mistake or interpret it in a way that, yes. So I had to let them know. And when the business went under, I did not demand We just let it go.
Mm-hmm.
I take loans from him. Now, if I need money and I say, give me X, I mean, the natural process of taking a loan is that there's a tenure and you pay back. It's never with interest though. And if I take and I promise a time, I'm that accountable to myself. So I will go to him and I will say, this is your money back. He doesn't always accept it, or he questions why, maybe lecturing. He questions why I would do that. But my training as a finance professional says that if you take a loan, you must pay it back. Yes.
Nice. You think so?
Yeah, I think so. If you take a loan, you definitely have to pay back. For my personal experience, I can give you or lend you, let me use the right word, lend you the money. Yes, and then I'll say, okay, keep it. I know that around this time of the year, I'll also have a project or have something going on.
I would need it.
So I would need it. So when that thing comes up, you pay me back for me to also satisfy that, need.
What if around that time, everybody's body?
Hey.
Now the reality on the ground is that the women, when the money goes, it rarely comes back.
Why should it?
but as helpers or helpmeet to each other, if you see that the situation is such that it's difficult, even though it's time for your project, I'm sure you don't heckle him or send a debt collector's letter, send him to debt collectors to come and collect this for you. You find a way and you move on.
Yes, but I think that, as a partner, you should be sensitive to your other partner's needs. So if you know you've taken money, well, emergencies come up and all that, but at least you should have it at the back of your mind that you make an effort to, pay back, if not even all, at least make the efforts to pay some part of it so that when the partner also urgently needs it, you can give it back. And the next time it won't be a difficulty if she or he has to give you or lend you some support. So I think that we should all make the efforts to be a bit disciplined and then support each other.
Okay. Now here's what we're going to do. We'll be back after this break to take some fun scenarios. I put a few scenarios together, and then we'll talk about them. If you fall into that, you must listen. Or maybe you take one or two out of it. If you don't fall inside to, you put for today. Next time when you get into that situation, you know how to handle it. Well, you're still on the Family and Friends or Friends and Family show. My name is Noyo Quarter. We'll take a break. When we're back, we'll get more into managing finances in marriage.
Mido, you're not Biana. I'm going to you about this. Every time I say, baby, she. Mangashi.
Junior!
I'm saying so enough for maybe the
Sister Cospa, it's a winning gas.
I'm using the why. My wife.
Down Yankanawa.
Sister Cos. Use gas. Gas ye fast, ye easy, ye convenient.
LPG, let me see your hand.
Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. But revenge cancels the lines between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father?
Now that he's coming closer to the community, my
puppy go figure your own plans, so I go figure my own.
All right, you're welcome back to the Friends and Family Show on Channel One TV. It is very interactive, so please keep your messages coming through. We're coming to you live this evening from our studio at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane in Tesano. My name is Noyo Kwote, and I have Victor, I have Nakali, and then I have Doris in the studio tonight. We're talking about managing finances in marriage. A very, very serious issue. Yeah. Because if we lend us the money, they don't work wow. But again, sometimes too, we think about it. We think about it a lot. Although we borrow the money, we think about it a lot. And you see, it's just like normal when you take a friend's money and you see the person there, your heart do gum. But in this case, we live with that person. You can do gum, gum, gum. We don't care. But at some point, we think about it and we want to pay you. That's the women for you. Even the person hasn't asked you for the money, you haven't asked us anything. But you know, we have to manage our finances in marriage. We are going to do this forever. So if we take your money, it's okay. Please pardon us. Well, I want us to get into this, a few scenarios. But before we get into that, let's check some messages before we get into that conversation. So I have here, hey, this topic, dear, it's for me. My husband was practically a Dangote, but we would always fight over school fees and whether or not we should continue to take trotro or buy a car. Just last year, I discovered that he had another family for almost 14 years, and his other children were all in private schools. We never spoke about what each of us earned or what percentages should go towards our children's education and other things. We are separated now, and now I will never make that mistake again. Rhoda in Kasabi says, if I be you. Hey, but this is serious.
It's serious.
So how did you find out that like he had another family for 14 years?
Wow.
No. Resets. So you're taking the, I don't want to use the residue, but you know, the bare minimum.
Yeah.
And then he's pumping the, so who married who first? Because who did he marry first? Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Like, is it you or the other one?
Yeah.
To say that, like, you know, one is priority and one is just like, you know. But how many? Anyway, let's go to this other one. Say, now it is really a good idea to keep a joint bank account with your partner. Or no, it's a question actually. Is it really a good idea to keep a joint bank account with your partner? I'm a newlywed and this thing has been worrying me. Brenda in Kumasi. It's actually going to be my first question after the break. Do you think that we should get into joint accounts? Is it okay to have, is okay for you to have your separate account and I also have a separate account and then we still have a joint account?
I think so. I mean, ideally, marriage should be transparent. Like, you should be open to each other. All right, so about your finances, about what you want to do, your choices and all of that. At least you have that one person that you trust that you can open up to. But when it comes to the joint account, this is practically this is what works for me. We all know what each other earns. All right, so I run a private company. My business bank account is different, separate. Okay. But at the end of the month, the business pays me. So that's what I have brought it to the table. I know what she also earns. So what you earn, what we have, you know, I earn more than she does. So there's a percentage contribution to the bank, to the joint account every month. So say every month I'm contributing, let's say 50% of my salary, which should be more than what she does. She also does contribute that. You get it? So that's that's what is sustainable for her. The other 50%, she does whatever she wants to do, whatever she wants to do with it. The other 50% of my salary, I do whatever I want to do with it. Okay. But when it comes to school fees, and there are some kind of perennial, expenses that you do, then if we want to do a project together, we want to buy a land, we want to buy a car, you go into that account and then we make do with it. You know,
I would like to ask, what is a joint bank account? In the example that Victor shared, both parties are funding the account. We also have a joint account in the eyes of the bank is operated by more than one person. So having a joint bank account doesn't mean that you must put money in and I must put money in. Yeah. So you can have, it's supposed to make it easy for you to access it. And my husband pushed for us to open such an account, I think sometime last year or 2 years ago, to make it easy. He's quite busy and not available. So if you have to discuss and agree and move things around, and I like that you said 50% goes in.
50%.
So having a joint bank account should not be understood to mean that that's all my bank account in the world. It's a certain operational account you set for a purpose. In our case, that is where school fees, everything is. So all the expenses are coming out of this account. And we fund it so that when we need to cover the expenses, we can just go and pull it. Please don't ask me how we finance the account. So that one is there, and then we can each run our different things. Friendship ensures that there's a level of transparency and we understand the runnings of each other's finances. And when it is dry, or when one person is short, then the other person, if they have resources, step in heavily. So those of you who are out there wondering, should I open a bank account, a joint bank account? A joint bank account doesn't mean that in the whole world, this is the only account that you have. It also doesn't mean that all your financial resources from your side, from his side, are in this joint account. It just means that you can sign and do a withdrawal on it, spend from it. The other party can also spend from it. It can be just one person who is funding the account. Only one person puts money in, and maybe the other person is the chief spender. But all these are, so don't be too worried about what a joint bank account is.
Nice. You agree that we should have a joint account?
Oh, yes.
And then you have your own separate account.
I do. I think joint accounts are good for projects, just as Doris and then Victor have said, so that you can plan ahead and then you are not taken by surprises, because savings, you save against the rainy day, so against anything that may come up in time. But just as they've said also, you should have your personal investment plan, your personal finance, plan, financial plan. So touch wood, if a partner is no more, something happens, how do you survive? Okay, if the joint account is available and is still funded, you can fall on it, because then you have access to it. But if you go and put all your resources and all your life savings in that joint account, and one day your partner should bolt away with it, what happens to you? What happens to you? What happens to you? You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. So you should have certain, financial resources that you can have access to any day, any time, in case you don't have your partner's, support, or you don't have him or her around.
Right. Okay, we'll take a few messages and then we get into the scenarios I was talking about. And almost every married woman I meet tells me that when I get married, I should make sure that I have my own secret account, just in case things don't work out in the marriage, or in case my husband-to-be cannot provide adequately. What is your take on this, please? This is Yaya and Hacho. I agree. With my full chest.
Me, secret account. Well, I mean, you can have an account that your partner doesn't necessarily have access to. It doesn't necessarily have to be secret. Yes, it could be a business account that you are operating for your business, and he doesn't have access to because he's not a part of that business. He's not signatory to that business. But it doesn't necessarily mean it should be secret. And to the extent that maybe there's a time that the family badly needs some resources, and you are still keeping it secret. Meanwhile, the money is there inside. You are hiding the money. Witchcraft. But the man, you see, it's witchcraft. The man is suffering. He's getting headache. He's growing lean. He's getting BP and all that.
Money there.
But the money is there. You are hiding it. That one is no good.
It's something that
it's no good.
Sometimes I don't understand.
No, but sometimes it depends.
We go into marriage. We go into marriage.
It depends on the situation. When the man is ZYZ, when he had the money, he was chewing chinga with other people, and now that he doesn't have money anymore, sometimes we use your heart now. Oh, I don't understand.
Do you want to be with him, or you no longer want to be with him? So let's say there's no food in the house, and you keep giving him something that Gary soakings without proteins, and then he's salt. So he's going to fall sick on you, and now your own economic earning capacity is impaired because you must be turning him and rolling him and cleaning him.
That's heartlessness.
Yes. So in your selfish interest, let it benefit everybody so that he's not a burden on you.
But in an ideal marriage, I think the transparency should be.
Yeah.
You should be very transparent to each other on these things. Nah.
Anyway, so please, how do you,
Now, just to add on, you know, there are certain situations that partners realize that, hey, the way this marriage is going is on the verge of maybe almost breaking up or collapsing, especially when one partner is at the mercy of the other, especially women. So you realize that, hey, the way my partner is going, he's maltreating me, he's beating me, he's seeing other women. Then that one, you have to think twice. You have to start preparing yourself because anything can happen at any time. You have to make yourself financially sound so that once it happens, then you know that, oh, you are prepared to take off by yourself. But you know that, oh, the way things are going and you don't plan for it. As for that one, you have yourself to blame for it. So I think that you were right when you said it depends on the circumstance as well.
So right now, that's everything is you are seeing the thing. You say I go to market 1,000, then you save 800. Then you say, well, the coin, never go ahead.
The whole market.
Anyway, Mary Kufreja says, please, how do you handle a situation where your spouse believes all money should be shared 50-50? But you were raised to believe in what's yours is yours. It's causing a lot of tension in our home.
So I will say, know yourself and know the person you are in a relationship with. I think it's extremely important that before, during the relationship, you understand what makes the quality of relationship you are having with this partner in the marriage satisfying to you. And hopefully you would have committed to live with it. Assuming that you didn't see it and now you are inside the marriage and you see certain things, and it's up to you now to decide what your values are, what your long-term aspirations are. For some of us, we don't see marriage as something matrai makwe. It's once you're in your aim. So you are just navigate it in a way that helps you to make the best out of it at any stage. So I would say that if you married him and you found out that his principle is 50-50, it's up to you to determine how much peace you are able to enjoy in that marriage when you do the 50-50 or when you don't do it. Ask yourself, how is it serving you? And if it's not serving you not doing the 50-50, it might actually be prudent that you consider adjusting so that you can have. But I would like to understand why it should be 50-50 first.
When they say the man is the head, he's the head in finances.
Yeah, so we can't do 50-50, do 80-20. You see, 80-20, I'm somebody's child. So 80-20, please.
That's for him, he's not somebody's child.
His mother is there. Anyway, so now let's get into a few scenarios, okay? What your partner surprises you with a car. Now, this is to you at home as well. Your partner surprises you with a car using a loan in both your names. What do you do?
Loan?
Yes, surprises you with a car. One for the loan, and both me and neighbor somewhere.
And this is my name too.
And both our names. What will you do? Kabaya. What do you do?
It's a bad surprise, not pleasant.
This is not a surprise you do. And post on social media. Because it's like you're paying small.
You're paying small. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, it all boils down to communication. So after the whole surprise, now we have to come back to reality.
No, but it's not a good surprise now.
It's a good
I'm
surprise.
Supposed to be in that surprise mode for like 2 weeks.
Of course, but
and leave the ribbon on the car.
After 2 weeks, we will have to come back to reality. We have to sit down. So how are we going to? What's the intent behind it? Is it that we have 3 cars in the house and you've gone to add an extra one? Or is it that we take Trotro to work and then you find it interesting that we get a car? So you have to find out the motive behind the whole thing.
But talk to me about it first.
Yeah, talk to me. That's what I'm talking about. You have to talk to me about. But
it's not a surprise. If I have to pay for it.
Yes, it's not a surprise.
It's not a surprise.
No, but once the car is in now, like now, your scenario is
they can't take it back to where they bought it from.
No, so that's where we have to sit down. So once we sit down, then we get to know the intent behind the surprise, and then we have to discuss how we are going to find it. It's in our names. And we have to, it's in both of our names.
So this is like problem that I didn't ask for.
No, but you've got to bring the surprise. Who is going to pay for it? You said the loan is in our names. So you have to sit down, then look at how we are going to plan, how we are going to budget and pay for it.
Surprise that I can't sleep.
But this is the reality.
Your reality.
No, you can't surprise. You said the loan is in both of our names.
Yes.
So you are part of it. You don't. That's what the question is. So we have to budget how you are going to pay for it. And then we have to come to reality. Oh, I don't think probably the conclusion will be maybe I don't think we need a car now. Then you have to find a way of reselling it. I mean, if it's...
I'm sorry, but the finance person in me is asking, how the hell did you get me committed to a loan without me signing?
Exactly.
Because in the financial institutions, if you are going to do that, I would have been involved and I would have had to sign something.
Right.
So, yes, it's a very exciting case for us to look at. In reality, does it happen? Not very likely, because the financial institution would require you to bring her to sign because it's a loan in her name too. Yeah.
Unless, of course, maybe you use the joint account.
So the joint
or even that one, you
has
still have to sign.
Both
you still sign.
But even if it's in, you have to find a way of paying it.
But maybe not to say that your name is on it. The two of us are supposed to share and pay. Why should I share and pay for surprise? When you did a surprise, I did
that's a very big red flag in marriage when it comes to finances. You don't procure something that you don't have, you don't discuss with your partner. Because if it's going to, if both of you are going to use it and it's going to directly affect your partner, you don't do that. That's a big red flag. So I mean, we should watch out for those things.
This is what is red flag. This is where the red boo boo. No red. Okay, so another scenario. Your partner insists on splitting rent 50-50, but they earn 3 times more than you. Do you speak up or you zip it?
Of course, I'll speak up.
Thank you.
If you earn 3 times more than I do, what are you using the rest of the money for? What is it going into? I mean, is that how we decided to plan our finances from day one? Is this a sudden decision? And why the sudden decision? If you earn 3 times, something like accommodation is basic, is fundamental. You should be able to take up that as a man. In my situation, because I'm a woman. Okay. So take up the big hardcore responsibilities and let me take up the minute ones like the groceries, maybe kids, clothing, the minute ones. If your salary is 3 times more than mine, then you should be able to take up more responsibility. Let's discuss about it and relook at the decision. Because 50-50 will not help. That means you'll be putting financial strain on me. You'll be making me uncomfortable. You'll be making me unhappy. Because, you know, women, we like to enjoy,
enjoyment.
Yes, enjoyment. Yes. We like to be able to go out and then buy something for the kids, change our clothing once in a while, shoes, do your nails, do your hair nicely, feel good. Even you, the men, you are happy and you are proud when you see that we are able to do certain things by ourselves, you know, for ourselves and even for the home. But if you are saying that I should do 50-50 when you earn 3 times, then I think you are being irrational. You are being unfair.
Very unfair.
And I'll question where the other part of the money is going to. What you are using.
Now let's take this one as well. This is a big one. So you agreed to build a house together. Midway, they start saying, my house, instead of our house. Is it petty? Or is it a sign of deeper issues we've started building it. I bought cement. You see, I bought cement. I bought block. You bought I bought iron rods. You bought iron. Now you say buy house. You me.
What stops you from also saying my house?
But why should you say my house first?
So I would not leave room for assumptions. I would ask you, when you say my house, what do you mean? Should I also start calling it my house?
Okay. So that's what I'm asking. So is it like a sign of a deeper issue, like a padiata yemi way? Or, you know?
Humans judge a lot. And when we judge, we deny ourselves the opportunity of uncovering more information. So you hear somebody saying something, instead of wondering, are there deeper issues? Just actually, what does it mean? Ask. And you will get to understand more. So that based on the information they share, you can decide whether you should also start saying my house. But the homes we live in now, we all say this is my house, right? I live here. So you can also say, take it on the surface to not mean anything. If you are suspicious, please don't lose your sleep over it. Ask.
Yeah. Communicate.
So now this one, I would want for you to answer that. So you find out they invested a big chunk of your joint savings into crypto without telling you. Is this genius or is it betrayal?
It's a betrayal.
Aha.
It's a big
Let's
betrayal.
go there.
I mean, we've come together to put and we were transparent with each other. Then we open up, let's do this. Let's do this joint accounting. Then you take the money, go and invest without informing me. That's a big betrayal. And it's gone south.
You come home.
That's a big betrayal. I mean, it's you don't do that. When you do that, you lose some certain level of trust with your partner, and that's not a good feeling at all. That's when someone betrays you. So
Truly.
He might forgive you or something, but when it comes to money issues again, then we find it very difficult to do that. So you don't expose your partner to that. You don't do that.
We'll take. If you don't mind, I would like to make a reaction to that. So there are some partners that have high financial risk appetite, while others have very low. So perhaps the person who invested into the crypto, he might have thought that, okay, I know my partner doesn't really have high, appetite for risk, financial risk. And so he thought that maybe within this period of time, I can quickly invest and, turn around into some profit, and then I'll bring it back into our account and it will benefit the home.
But you have to communicate. That's the whole thing.
So maybe it's even for the first time. He just wants to give it a shot and see.
But then try with your own money.
Thank you. Not fine.
We shouldn't forget about the dimension of mental health. We all, from time to time in the course of the day, act out of being mentally healthy. So I would query, assuming that I don't have a great appetite for risk, and I do have a fair amount of appetite for risk, I would check what was his mental health, the state of his mental health. Maybe he flipped and he did it. And I'm mentioning this, I think May is one of the mental health months as well. And we shouldn't take it for granted that sometimes our partners may do things that are done out of the state of their mental well-being. Maybe not everything is well at that point in time.
Go to us. We know ourselves.
So that we don't just label them. Maybe they were not well at the time they made that decision.
I see. Anyway, well, those are not well. They are plenty,
but I think today's discussion, my advice to fellow men is that actually, the home, whether we like it or not, we as the providers.
Right.
Especially when children come in, the women are very vulnerable. When children come in, their mental health, what do you call it, PDS, postpartum depression and all of that. They do a lot at home. That's why they are giving 3 months of maternity leave.
Which is inadequate. Because some of us, we have 3 children.
I mean,
we have done carry forward to the third one.
There are some things that we like. We have to face reality. When you leave the children with me, after 2 hours, then I become very uncomfortable. Sometimes my wife can tolerate them the whole weekend. You get it? So we have to balance it with the finance. We are the providers. Okay, let's do more we have to show that whether we are doing joint accounts or what, at the end of the day, when it comes to the school fees, providing for the home is our responsibility.
Amen.
And we have to show that we, of late, modernization is, bringing up a lot of things that you have to do this, you have to do. It's good. If you get a supportive partner, hallelujah.
Amen.
The support, you like it. If the support, bring us more money, you like it. Hey. But the providing for the home, making sure the home is stable, it's our responsibility. And let's do it well. Beautiful.
So, we're talking about the lady whose husband married.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she responded, we were married for 22 years before I found out about his other family. So I was original wife. As for how I found out, here be roadside. So sorry to hear this. So sorry to hear this. Anyway, so we just have to go away now. And thank you very much for coming tonight to help us talk about managing our finances in marriage. I really wish that we could do more because there are other scenarios that I want us to delve into, but this is how far we can go. All right, thank you very much. It has been the Friends and Family Show on Channel One TV. We've been live or coming to you live from our studios here at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane in Tesano. And managing your finances, I bet that you've taken one or two. Either you're having a very large wedding, a very flamboyant or elaborate wedding, or you're, being quite moderate about it. And again, either you're having joint accounts or probably saving your own money, lending to your partner, whichever way. And I bet that you've taken one or two out of this conversation. We'll be back tomorrow, same time at 6 p.m. My name is Noyo Quartin. I've been super elated coming to you at home, at work, or wherever you're watching us from. And enjoy the rest of your evening. I bet that you have a sweet one and have a good night. My love to you always.
Hello everybody, good afternoon to you and welcome to Newsfeed on Channel One TV. I am Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Coming up, High Court grant bail to Charles Bisu and Andy Owusu-Kumi to the tune of 20,000 cedis each, with 2 sureties. Also coming up, Ministry of Foreign Affairs Council 701 diplomatic and service passports as part of a nationwide recall of official travel documents. Coming up in business, Ghana's non-traditional export earnings projected to hit $10 billion annually by 2030. And later in sport, Black Satellites secure victory over Senegal in second Group C fixture in ongoing 2025 Under-20 Africa Cup of Nations. Details of our stories now. Former Greater Accra Regional Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, Joseph Adekoka, is calling for legal action to be taken against Minority Leader Alexander Apenyo-Markin following a widely circulated video showing the MP attempting to hit a police officer during a protest at Parliament House. The video captured Alexander Apenyo-Markin appearing visibly agitated and attempting to strike a police officer behind a barricade outside Parliament House, where the demonstrators had gathered to submit a petition. Speaking on Channel One TV's Breakfast Daily, Adekoka insisted that the Member of Parliament for Ifutu must be held accountable for his actions and charged with assault.
Your cameramen were there. At least go and look at the rashes of the tape. and see where the policeman, if you look at where the policeman was standing and where the guy was, where Afenyo was coming from. I mean, even a class 1 child would tell you the policeman did nothing wrong.
Right. He's been invited by the police to assist in
and
investigation.
the policeman should charge him for assault. I'm the policeman. I will lodge the complaint and charge him for assault. Just even touching my brother like this is an assault.
Yeah.
And he's a lawyer. He should be charged for assault. We should set example in this country. People cannot get away because we are MP. I keep telling you, the MP, everybody could have been an MP. You unfortunately for you, because not all of us can go to parliament. So that doesn't give you the audacity to think you are the a king of kings and to do whatever you wish one day. So that policeman should charge him.
Meanwhile, the Ghana Police Service has formally requested Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin to release Minority Leader Alexander Appiah-Markin to aid in ongoing investigations. Additionally, the police noted that the officer involved will also be participating in the investigations. We are joined in studio by Director of Communications for the NPP, Richard Ahinyagwa, to speak to us on the protest yesterday and matters arising. Richard, good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Yesterday, you held a peaceful protest. There has been a viral video of the minority leader allegedly physically assaulting a police officer. From yesterday up until now, what have you received from your office on what has happened so far following your protest?
All right, good afternoon and good afternoon to your viewers. I think this is a non-issue that has been elevated, obviously by the NDC to share space with a rather successful demonstration yesterday. And for me, we ought to just dismiss it without merit. It was rather the police officer who assaulted the Member of Parliament for Afutu, who is the minority leader in Parliament for the minority New Patriotic Party. So really it's a non-issue as far as I'm concerned. The police could have simply just cleared any doubts by talking to the officer who would attest to the fact that he, perhaps knowingly or unknowingly, perhaps not knowing his person, and hit him pretty hard. I was standing right behind him. And so this narrative the NDC is foisting on us as though that the demonstration was all about the minority leader assaulting somebody is false, and one that we should set aside and focus on the objective of yesterday's demonstration, which is the president's unwelcomed undermining of our judiciary, which all of us should be concerned about. So we shouldn't make that demonstration about that unfortunate issue, which is rather the minority leader who was assaulted. And I'm inclined to even think that the guy did it on purpose. I mean, and I think that's really where the point is. There isn't anything that the minority leader did wrongly. And I saw what video is circulating is his reflex. The guy hit him and was attempting to come back again, obviously in an attempt to control the crowd. He didn't pick out the minority leader. So when we left the scene, we had a conversation that he did it inadvertently, so we let it go. But to have the police rather issue a statement without talking to the officer who should tell them that his professionalism fell short at that moment, so that instead in terms of using trained skills to control the crowd, he became physical with the people who were supposed to be managing. That was unfortunate.
He would also be questioned in the process of the investigation.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that this whole invitation would not have arisen if they spoke to the officer. What happened? Because they must have some basis to want to make the invitation. And if it was clear to them that it was the police officer who proactively assaulted a member of parliament, this whole thing does not arise. So my concern is that, one, the facts are clear, and there are other officers there who can attest to the matter. And after that, the Honorable Minority Leader almost was taken out of the march. We wasted almost about 30 or so minutes in Parliament going back and forth to see that it was okay to join us.
Would the minority leader officially go to the police as he's been invited? They said they have written to the Speaker to release him.
I think this is just some people's attempts to divert attention from a successful demonstration. I don't think there's anything there to find. I've given you the fact the police should do the basic check. I mean, you just don't begin to issue these things because you have paper in front of you, but you should basically have understanding what has happened. and see that there's a basis for that invitation. There's no basis for that invitation when the police officer is the one who accosted or assaulted the member. If anything at all, it was Afenyo Barkin and the coalition of political parties that demonstrated should be going to the police to actually discipline the officer because he acted clearly out of line. It wasn't his place to touch anybody yesterday, and he did. And so if in reflex, the minority leader is stretching his hand to prevent him from coming at him the second time, I don't see why that constitutes an assault at all. So the police are just wasting everybody's time, to be honest with you. And a deliberate attempt by the government or the NDC to share space with a
so
very
as a party, you think the
demonstration.
minority leader should not honor the police invitation?
I wouldn't say that, but I'm just saying to you that the police didn't do any due diligence. We're trusting them to be thorough in their work, but this year falls short of that discipline or diligence that we expect from them. You wouldn't have invited somebody who was assaulted to come and answer our question. It's the person who assaulted the person who you need to contend with, and who is the police officer Forsen, who is in their ranks this morning, moving about and creating the impression that it was the Honorable Afenyo. But I tell you this, before you go, the idea, the police know this, and whoever is moving around the shadows trying to guide them to issue this thing, they want to achieve a certain political narrative to say that the demonstration, the leader or the demonstration accuses somebody. But there's no factual basis to support that. But of course, it's going to be the headline that he's been invited. And people who will not follow the news to conclusion would probably at one point in time think that indeed the minority leader assaulted. But the point is clear that the minority leader did not assault that police officer. It was the police officer who assaulted
Very
him.
well, that has been noted. Briefly before you go, we've heard the education minister, he said that the universities that President Akufo-Addo renamed, they are also going to put forth a statement to Parliament when Parliament comes back from recess to have those names reverted to the original names. What do you make of that briefly?
What's the big deal? The NDC better get serious. When they were coming and campaigning, they didn't tell us these were the things they were coming to do. They said they were coming to create jobs. Where are the jobs? They were coming to do 24-hour economy. We don't see it. They say they want to come and make Galamsey go away. Galamsey is even worse today, right? They said they were going to bring cost of living down. I don't know how much Kinke is since they came, if it's gone down or gone up. So I don't understand. Cement has gone up ridiculously. And so is that what they promise? All these skirmishes they are doing, they should get serious. They should get serious.
Grateful for your time. Richard Ahiagba is Director of Communications for the NPP. Now, the High Court in Accra has granted bail to Charles Bisu and Andy Owusu to the tune of 200,000 cedis each, with two sureties, one of whom is to be justified. The two have been charged with 15 counts of corruption-related offences, including abuse of office for profit. Both have pleaded not guilty to the charges. They are to deposit their passports with the court registry and report to the office of the special prosecutor once every month. The case has since been adjourned to May 29. Away from that, the government is racing against time to fulfill its 120-day social contract with Ghanaians. Tomorrow, May 7, marks exactly 120 days since President John Dramani Mahama was sworn into office, marking the deadline for fulfilling key promises outlined in the 2024 NDC manifesto. 19 promises have been fulfilled, with 2 in progress, while the government is yet to deliver on 7, which include a review of taxes on vehicles, commencement of the 24-hour economy policy, a ban on illegal mining, a review of the Customs Amendment Act 2020, introduction of a bill to streamline government scholarship awards, investigations aimed at purging state security agencies of vigilante element, reopening investigations into the bike killings, and also the president is expected to address the nation on May 7th to provide an update on the progress of his administration's 120-day contract with the people of Ghana. Now, following the launch of the Code of Conduct for government appointees yesterday, the government is also set to launch a digital portal for reporting breaches of the code.
Kindly do not put me in a position where I have to make that drastic choice, because when it comes to protecting the integrity of this government, I will not compromise. Citizen engagement and reporting. Accountability does not end at the walls of this room and in just one code of conduct. I invite the citizens of Ghana to play a role in monitoring compliance of this code. A portal will be created for the public to report suspected breaches with guarantees of confidentiality and impartial investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, what we launched today is more than a code. It is a declaration of intent. It is the foundation of a new ethos in public service, one that values ethics over expediency, duty over indulgence, country over self. We're here to serve and will serve with honor.
You are still watching Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Hawa Idrisu. Mustafa still to come. Former Anya Sotum MP calls for an extension of mandatory asset declaration requirements. We have details coming up shortly. Please stay with us.
Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. But revenge cancels the lines between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father? Now that he's coming closer to the community,
My puppy go figure your own plans, so I go figure my own.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Let's do some other stories now. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has cancelled 701 diplomatic and service passports as part of a nationwide recall of official travel documents. According to a statement issued on Tuesday, the affected passports include 341 unreturned diplomatic passports and 360 service passports, which have now been placed on a stop list and are no longer valid for international travel. The cancellation follows earlier public announcement on January 15 and March 10, instructing former officials and other categories of individuals to return their official passport. The ministry stressed that all affected passports are to be confiscated if found in use, warning of strict enforcement at point of entry and exit. This measure is aimed at ensuring compliance with the Passport and Travel Certificate Act, Act 1968, particularly Sections 6 and 7, which regulates the issuance and use of official passport. The Minister in charge of Government Communications, Felix Kwashiorforsu, says the government will repeal legislative instruments which permit mining in forest reserves. An earlier attempt to amend the LI was met with strong opposition from environmental protection groups, including Arocha Ghana and the Media Coalition Against Illegal Mining. Speaking at the World Press Freedom Day event organized by the German Embassy and the UK High Commission in Accra, Felix Kwasi reaffirmed the government's commitment to tackling illegal mining, stating that the resolve should not be underestimated.
The last brief that we got, 71 illegal miners had been arrested. Over 150 excavators, bulldozers, vehicles, and other weapons have been seized. Now, there is some legislative action that is currently ongoing. I'm a member of Parliament, so I do know that on 20th March 2025, the Minister for Environment laid LI 2462 in Parliament. The intent originally was to amend it to take away the power of the President to grant licenses in forest reserves. Now the new thing...
Adumaku Kisi has called for an extension of mandatory asset declaration requirement to cover all public servants, not just political appointees. His comments come in response to President John Dramani Mahama's directive that all government officials who failed to declare their assets by March 31, 2025 deadline should forfeit 3 months' salary, which will be redirected to the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. Speaking on Channel 1 TV's Breakfast Daily, Dr. Adumaku Kisi backed the president's action but insisted that the accountability measures should be broadened to include the wider public sector.
It is remarkable. I would commend them to do and make sure that people declare these assets. But I really think that the voter population also needs to be very well managed. As we sit down, people are voracious. They are even upset with you if you don't part with something, when you don't even have anything. I think that there's more to be bitten, where government cars should not be moving on our roads on weekends or after 6 p.m. That's an abuse? I mean, these are things that I would expect that we move into so that we curtail the misuse of government property. You know, not just we the politicians. The civil servants also have to be brought on board so that all of us are into it. Unfortunately, the truth of the matter is that there are fewer politicians than civil servants. And if you look at the Auditor General's issues, many a times...
The Asante-Hene Otumfuo Saitu II has directed the Asante-Man Council to convene a stakeholder meeting to determine the way forward following the fire that gutted the Edum Blue Light Market area on 5th of Asafo, Achamfo Asafo, Boachi Ajuman Bonsu, briefed him on the incident.